And man, like by the time I was out in the parking lot, I was crying. And I'm like not a crier, and I was crying by myself. The long walk to my car felt a little bit longer because I was like, you know what? I'm actually alone, and this is what it's like to be a founder for the next period of time.
It was the entire source of all of my leads for my agency. And I woke up one morning to log in and check my analytics, as I have grown addicted and accustomed to doing. And I was faced with that dreaded notification of your account has been banned.
And ours was not a shift, ours was a slap. And we literally had 2 days to figure out what to do. So we kind of felt like the rug was pulled out from under us.
And we were just struggling to find a way to spread the word about this product.
And who would want to buy a book on how to break your event? Well, maybe it's a great blog post, but it's a terrible idea for a book. Then I'm crushed again.
And not really making the progress that I wanted to, with the continual feeling of every night my head hitting the pillow, knowing that I wasn't any closer to really where I wanted to get to.
Our organic lead flow shut down. We stopped being the hottest thing in that little niche that we had. It clamped our lead flow, but we had a $100,000 payroll.
Welcome! Oh my gosh, welcome to the Capsho NextGen Uprising event. My name is Deidre Shen. I am the CEO and co-founder of Capsho, the fastest way to create content that gets you leads. As you're hopping on and watching, say hi in the comments. I see Brent's here. Hey Doug. Hey Sophie. Oh yes, I am live. Okay, so say hi and where you're tuning in from. Guys, this is the first ever time we are holding an all-day event like this. This is crazy. My team and I, we have been, like literally sleepless nights the last couple of nights pulling this together. And, we have the huge support of the eCam team as well, which I am using to live stream this right now. So thank you to everyone who was involved. I'm so excited about what is in store for you today. Hey, Sean, so good to see you on. We have literally been pouring our hearts and souls into this, literally. We have handpicked a blockbuster lineup of speakers for you, successful entrepreneurs who are pulling the curtain back and being incredibly transparent. It actually surprised me how transparent and honest they were about what they had to go through to make it, to get to the other side. In fact, some things that they're going to talk about are things that they're still going through. So just seriously, watch out for it. It's going to be amazing. Hey, Dana. Hey, Gloria. Because finding success doesn't mean it actually all gets to be easy. Now, like that's kind of what I definitely learned through speaking to these 7 and 8 figure entrepreneurs. It's actually pretty much the exact opposite. And I bet that some of you watching right now might be wondering, when you might see the light at the end of your tunnel, when might things actually start to turn around for you? When will it all feel like it's clicking into place and finally happen? Right? If that's you, if there's something maybe that you're currently struggling with right now, it could be maybe you're not hitting your revenue goals and you're wondering what that might actually mean, what that might mean for you to pay yourself, to pay your team, right? It could be that you're feeling drained or you're in a bit of a rut and you're lacking the motivation and inspiration to break out of it. Or it could even be that what you've been spending your time on, time building, doesn't actually feel like it's getting much traction. Those are just some examples that you might be going through right now. Examples that just kind of came to mind because I have not been through any of those myself at all. So if you are feeling anything like these things and you're trying to find the light at the end of your tunnel, then can you put a hashtag light in the comments? Hi, David. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Laquita. Good to see you on. Put a hashtag light in the comments if you are trying to, or even the light bulb emoji. I don't know if it takes too long to find it, but put that in, because I want us to know that each and every one of us here, we're not alone in this, right? We're all feeling it in some way. And if you are feeling it, if you are feeling any of these things, then OMG, this is your event. this is your event. This Capsho NextGen Uprising event is kind of going to be a celebration of our collective moment, right? Each and every one of us. This is our moment to rise up. This is it. And if you're in and you're feeling it, then I see the lights coming through. You guys, thank you. You are not alone. Like we're all here. Laquita's dropped the light bulbs. I love it. So if you're in and you're feeling that this is your moment to rise up, then do me a favor. Can you put a hashtag uprise in the comments? You know, people have already identified, you know, they're looking for the light at the end of the tunnel, but now this is the moment, right? That we decide to rise up. And if that's you, put a hashtag uprise in the comments. Put a hashtag uprise in the comments right now. If you have the inner belief as well that what the rest of 2024 and the future brings is going to be so, so bright for you. I feel that for each and every one of us. When we will rise from the ashes, put a hashtag uprise if you know this deep in your heart. And if you don't, for whatever reason, then just wait. Just wait until you hear what our speakers have to say about their own uprising moments. I know you will leave this event having full faith and full belief that it's going to happen for you too. Now, I want to tell you about my own uprising journey. Oh, I love these uprises coming through. Thank you, guys. I want to tell you about my own uprising journey, if that's okay. Is that cool? But before I get into the serious stuff, is it okay if we have a little bit of fun first? Is that okay? Put a hashtag fun in the comments if that's okay, because I do have I have instructions here from my team and it says include fun, right? So this is me including fun. So put a hashtag fun in the comments. Okay, so I am under strict instructions to provide some fun, and I can't think of anything more fun than prizes. Who wants to win some prizes? All right, put your virtual hand up, drop whatever emojis you want in. I see, oh, Sophie, uprise with a rocket ship. I love it. Fun. The funds are coming in. Okay, cool. Yeah. We're going to have some fun and we're going to get some prizes. We're going to play a couple of games throughout the day, which means there's going to be some different ways you can win a prize, okay? But you've got to be on here live to win them. Is that cool? And we have some pretty cool prizes for you to win today. I've got a couple here with me right now. We have a Monty Inspire and Sip mug. Every time you take a sip from this mug, you are guaranteed to get inspired for all of your content creation marketing. And I know that Gloria on here and Brent on here, you have a mug. Tell us in the comments, have you been inspired every time you have sipped from that mug? Hi, Daniel. Good to see you on. Hey, Melanie. Yes, please. I love some fun. Good to see you, Emily. Hey, all right. Okay, so that is one of the prizes we have. We also have an intelligently lazy water bottle to remind you that there is nothing more intelligently lazy than staying hydrated. Okay, so that is what we're also going to be doing today. We are going to stay hydrated. And we have a notebook as well, our Ideas to Action notebook, which is the secret tool you need to get all your ideas down and take action. I do not have that with me on my desk. It's in reachable zone. Just picture a notebook. That's what it is. Okay, all right. And by the way, if you haven't actually checked out our super secret store, because we haven't talked about it, so that's why it's super secret and hidden. It's actually at shop.capsho.com. There's some pretty cool stuff on there. You can go check it out. All right. So who wants to win some prizes? Which prize do you want to win? Which one would you want to win if you got to choose? Would you want a mug, a water bottle, a notebook? Drop it in the comments which prize you would want to win. Okay. So we are going to our first game. Yes, Melissa loves that water bottle. I know, it is so great. It is so cool. Okay, so we are going to play Spin the Wheel. All right, spin the wheel. So our wheel of fun, the Capsho wheel of fun. And so if you're on here live with us right now, you are in the right place because you have to be live to claim it. Okay, so do me a favor, you guys. Can you help us spin the wheel? Because I've been told that this particular wheel does not spin until it gets a good amount of momentum. And the only type of momentum it feeds off are emojis. All right. So can you go ahead and drop some emojis in the comments to get this wheel spinning? The ones that are quickest for you to reach. Like, is it a smiley face? Is it a thumbs up? Is it like a crying face emoji? Is it a sloth? I know that some people, when we played this last time, found the sloth and put that in the comments. Drop some emojis in the comments so we can feed this wheel with the power to spin. And I see water bottle. Yes. I love it. The water bottle notebook. Yes, Daniel, it expresses your reality. I love it. Yes, intelligently lazy. Okay, we have the emojis rolling in. Let's see. It's getting the power. It's getting the power. It's spinning. Is it? Let's get this wheel spinning. It's spinning. All right. Who is our lucky winner? It is Dee Dee Wright. I'm not sure Dee Dee's on here, but if you are, you have won a Monty Sip mug. Monty Sip mug. All right. Okay. Gosh. Okay. So that was fun. Don't worry. There will be more prizes throughout the day. Just hang with us. Dee Dee, congratulations. If you're on here, let us know. You have an awesome mug coming your way. All right. Okay. So onto a little bit more of the serious stuff, because we can't have too much fun. I'm kidding. We can always have fun. But we do have to get into the serious stuff. And stay tuned. As I said, we are going to be playing these games throughout the day, so you will have more chances to win. Okay, so let me tell you about the word uprising, and actually what this whole event, which we obviously called Uprising, means to me. Because as I said before, like this whole day is a celebration of each and every one of our uprising stories. All the past ones, because I know that each and every one of us have had plenty of those, and all the future ones to come as well. And the reason why this means so much to me is because in this very moment, right here, right now, like literally as I'm speaking to you, Capsho is in its uprising moment. And before we get into it, I want to talk to our Capshovians right now, you and me, people on here who've been some of the biggest supporters. And if you are a current Capshovian, can you put a hashtag Capshovian in the comments? I want to know who I'm talking to right now, because I want to talk directly to our Capshovians first and foremost. People have been on this journey with us over the last couple of years. I want to take this moment, first of all, to thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means the absolute world to me and my co-founders, Bono and Ash, that you believe in what it is that we're doing. And, you know, I did this in another live before, but I do want to, for anyone who missed that, I do want to also take this moment to apologize because as first-time software founders, we know now we know that there were quite a few missteps that we made. There were quite a few design oversights that happened and more than one bug that you had to deal with. And I hope you know that as a completely bootstrapped company, it seriously means the world to us that you've been on this journey with us. You believed in us, and even though you experienced some of the pain that you did. And I can tell you right now that the pain that you experienced through this process, my team and I felt it and we lived it 10 times more in the background. I can tell you right now. And unfortunately, I'm like tearing up, gosh. And unfortunately, you know, updating code is not as simple as you might think. You know, again, me not knowing much about how to build software, I just thought like, surely the team can just fix it, right? These are all easy fixes. And that is not actually how it works, which I know now, which is why for the last few months, we have been super busy behind the scenes, actually completely rebuilding Capsho from the ground up. Completely rebuilding it into what we're now calling Capsho NextGen. And it was not an easy decision for us to make, because if you know anything about building a SaaS platform, you know what it takes to have initially invested what we have into it, burn it to the ground, like make the decision to burn it to the ground, and then reinvest hundreds of thousands of dollars into it again, almost like we're starting completely from scratch. And are you cool if I tell you about how all that came about? Actually, that like how this whole rebuild came about. Is that okay? You guys in the comments, you rock. We are growing together. Thank you. Okay, so this is a little bit of the Capsho story. So we launched the first version of Capsho just shy of 2 years ago. So it was July of 2022, in fact, when we launched the very, very first version of Capsho. Some of you, like Rashawn, you were one of our OGs, and you are amazing because you saw it all. And what we were doing, the problem that we were trying to solve, it was the first of its kind, right? Because remember, this is, before even ChatGPT. This was before the whole hype of AI, July 2022, right? And we launched it knowing that we were going to be able to help podcasters, entrepreneurs, and content creators streamline their processes and keep their content creation going, right? Not quit what they were doing, because I know firsthand how hard being consistent with creating content can be. And I was so invested in helping each and every one of you amplify your voices and your messages. Like that's all we wanted to do, to the point where we were pushing new features so fast, almost daily, to be able to really up-level how we were helping our Capshovians. But here's the thing. Speeding is actually dangerous, right? We learned that when we're driving, and I can tell you that speeding is dangerous, not just in vehicles. Speeding is dangerous when you're building software, or really any kind of business as well, but especially software. Because what happens with software, which I didn't realize, is that it leads to building really dirty code, right? Because we weren't giving our dev team enough time to code it properly and cleanly. So in the pursuit of putting new things out really quickly, we were building on really dirty code, which meant that it became really, really buggy, to the point where we were getting feedback like this. And all of that culminated to October 31 of last year. You might remember, for those of you who have been actively reading my emails for a while, and I know I send out a lot of them, but there was a particular email that I sent out, I think it was sometime in November or December, but I was kind of reflecting back on the day, I call it like the D-Day. It was October 31 of 2023, so a few months ago. That was the day that we made the really, really hard decision to pretty much let everyone in our team go. It was our whole development team at the time, and also our marketing team too, right? We pretty much just let everyone go. And what you probably don't know is that at the same time, I was actually having a crisis in confidence. And I remember sitting on our bedroom floor speaking to Ash about this, who's not only my co-founder inside Capsho, but he's also my husband. And I was trying to articulate why I was suddenly feeling this way, right? I was in tears because I felt like I was just failing everyone. I felt like I was failing my co-founders. I felt like I was failing all of my strategic partners. And I felt like I was failing you. And it's a heavy burden that us entrepreneurs place on ourselves, right? And if you're human and you care deeply, which I hope all of us here do, it's no surprise that sometimes we do experience having a crisis in confidence. But it's in these moments that we get tested, right? This is when our mettle as entrepreneurs get tested, because I know I had to find a way to battle through my own internal beliefs about myself and what I think or thought that we were capable of, and focus on what really matters. And it's hard sometimes to see that particular light when you're so in it, when you're so in the pain of, trying to get through to the next day. But the thing that I knew that we needed to really focus on was you, right? Our Capshovians. And that's why this moment right now feels like our uprising. Because we've just been through our version of the fire. We speak about, and I hope you guys have been enjoying some of the social media videos and stuff that we've been putting out. It was very much about the theme of rising from the ashes and the phoenix and stuff, because it literally feels like we have been through the fire, which isn't to say that there aren't more to come, because there's always going to be, this is just the fun of the journey of not only life, but entrepreneurship, right? But having gone through our own version of it makes me more and more confident that we can rise to any challenge that gets thrown our way, right? So Capsho NextGen is our Uprising. And this game that we play as entrepreneurs, because that's all we're doing at the end of the day, right? We're playing a game. Like every time that think of it as us, running onto a soccer pitch or onto a football field. Like every day that we wake up and we sit at our desk or at a coffee shop or wherever to start our day, that's us starting to play this entrepreneurship game each and every day, right? It's always going to have these ups and downs, always. It is literally like a snakes and ladders game, right? And I'm learning to try not to let them get me down, trying at least. But that's what's going to happen. So let me know, who wants to see what we have actually been building behind the scenes, right? Who wants to get a taste of Capsho's Uprising, what we're calling Capsho NextGen? Who wants to see, can you let me know in the comments if you want to see that? Put a hashtag NextGen in there if you want to see what we've been up to, what the tears, the fears, the frustrations have been leading to. Oh my gosh, I'm now like kind of reading these comments, and thank you so much, all you Capshovians. Like you've stuck with us, and it's literally, it's means so much to us. But yes, what a hashtag NextGen. Okay, all right, we are going to pull the curtain back a little bit on what we've been working on. Conventional wisdom tells us we can't have both quality and speed in anything we do, that one has to be sacrificed for the other. But not anymore, not with Capsho NextGen. Built with true intelligence at its core.
Are you guys trying to put ChatGPT out of business? Because like, this is next level.
No. Oh my god. Okay. Yes. This is. So weird. Oh my god.
No, this is so good. I can't wait, because like everything that we've tried sucks. Can you put like a beep, like suck? So I'm excited because you guys built some quality stuff.
Oh my god, I've been wondering if this was possible. What? Hold on a second. Hold on. You need to repeat that. So, no, hold on. I don't want to assume it. Repeat what you just said.
Amazing. It solves a huge problem for us because our capacity, we talk a lot about those capacity and resources, right? So most of the people that we help, and including ourselves, we're pretty limited, right? So how can we maximize that? How can we be more effective?
No way. Because I do all of these things all the time, but I have to train the GPT and copy and paste a boatload of content into the GPT or blah, blah, blah. This is such a time saver.
So now I can train the AI to pretty much be my best virtual assistant, because it's going to embrace my brand, the way I talk, the way I write. And so now I can simply have it do the work for me, which is, all right, okay, let's go.
You got it. Sweet. So okay, hold on. Yep. I can put that in there and it will rework all of the strategy. You guys are like the best students ever. You totally understand the strategy.
Oh my gosh. OMG, that just gave me goosebumps. Who else got goosebumps watching that? Put a hashtag goosebumps in the comments. Let me know what you think of what you just saw. And as that is just the beginning, okay? The assets themselves are just the beginning. As you watch throughout the day, we are going to be dropping even cooler features that I know some of our Capsho Club members have been using and testing and seeing amazing results with. And you know what? When I was talking to my coach about what we were doing, I told him that we were going to call it NextGen. He actually told me not to. That calling it NextGen would actually raise expectations about what we were delivering. He was like, oh, I don't think you want to do that because people are going to, really assume it's going to be NextGen, right? And do you want to be setting expectations that high? And I was like, you know what? Like, I do. I want to be held accountable to what it is that we're delivering, because we are going to be delivering something that is going to be the first of its kind inside of Capsho NextGen. And I want you to lean in on this. Like, can you just come closer to your screen? Because I want you to truly understand when I say NextGen, like what that actually means. Because Capsho NextGen is not just here to help you create content that we just, quickly showed you, and content in an intentional way as well, that actually gets you engagement and leads. But in a way, what the basis of NextGen is, it's built with intelligence at its core. It's going to automatically self-learn from all of the edits that you make inside the platform, so you don't have to keep telling it the same thing over and over again. You don't have to keep telling it your brand and, how you like to write. It actually learns that all along the way without you doing anything else. It will pick up the nuances in your tone of voice. It'll pick up the how you like to structure content. It will know how you like to write. And on an ongoing basis, Capsho will automatically apply those learnings to the drafts that it creates for you, so that you don't have to spend any more time trying to wrangle those AI outputs into submission to create your own version of quality, right? Like, anyone who uses AI probably knows what I'm talking about. And if you've been in Capsho Club members, you guys, like, I'd love for you to put in the comments like how you've been finding the self-learning, because I know that there's been some amazing feedback on that. So we're committing to providing the most intelligent platform of its kind. So you're getting this, right? So we are actually making history right now. We're actually making history. And if you understand this, put a hashtag making history in the comments if you understand just how revolutionary what it is that we're building is. And this is the thing. We want to invite you to be a part of it. Who's ready to start using this? I think Sonia, yes, you're ready to start using this. Who's ready to be part of history with what we're building with Capsho NextGen? Right? Because I know I am. I've been so pumped. Our developers have been working like overtime, around the clock, to bring parts of this to life for you. And I promise that you will get to very, very soon. Okay, so let me tell you where we're up to with all of this. As I said, our dev team have been working, and they continue to work around the clock to bring this version to life for us all. And instead of waiting for it to be perfect, right, and then handing it over to you and being like, ta-da, we decided to do things a little bit differently. Is that okay with you? So who's here for some imperfection? Okay, right. Drop a hashtag imperfect in the comments. Yes, amazing. Yes, Willa, we are seriously making history with Capsho NextGen. Okay, so this is where we are. So put a hashtag imperfect, right? While I tell you how imperfect this is. Okay, so as far as the software goes, right now we have some of the functionality built inside of the Capsho NextGen beta version. Okay, you saw that in the demo. We have all the written assets like the podcast time description, social media post following Katie Brinkley's 4-post social media strategy, which is actually designed to take your audience on social media from awareness to action. We have the LinkedIn newsletter and the blog post. We have the YouTube description too. We have all of the self-learning capabilities, that the intelligence that I've been talking about, we have all of that built in, and it's available for you to upload your host or guest episodes or videos. And the team are also, as we speak, literally the next thing we're going to drop, they are working on the soundbites clipping functionality too. which is going to be available inside of NextGen very, very soon. And I want to be very clear. Okay, it's not all built yet. It's not, and we have even more features that we haven't even. We're not even going to be talking about today, but you'll be able to see them. Especially inside of our Facebook community, we've been talking about some of these other features that we're going to be dropping. Things like highlight rewrite, we don't have that yet. Creating your own content like lead magnets and landing page copy and all of that. We're working on that stuff. It's not in there yet. Okay, as I said, our dev team, they're furiously working on all of these things right now. So we've started small and imperfect so that we can continue getting your feedback as we build the rest of it out. Okay, so for those of you who want in now to try Capsho NextGen Beta, even in all of its imperfections, to help us truly shape the future of this software, I want to extend an exclusive invitation to you today. Okay, so the first thing that you can do is you can sign up for a free 14-day trial of Capsho NextGen Beta at beta.capsho.com. All you have to do is create a new account, and you can cancel anytime, okay, during the trial. But because you're making history with us, right? You're building with us. If you do cancel, we would love for your feedback. We would love to know why. Now, after the free trial, Capsho NextGen will be a minimum of $99 a month. It will be a minimum of $99 a month. It's going to be a subscription. But if you sign up with us here today at this event and use the code UPRISE24, when you create your account, so when you go, you'll see it on the plans page. You put your details in, you'll see apply code, put in UPRISE24 in that box, and you'll be able to access Capsho NextGen for the rest of this year, for the rest of 2024 at a 40% discount. So that's only $59 a month. Okay, and of course you can cancel any time. Our ask is just that you tell us why. And there's no bad blood. Like, just be honest with us, because we truly, I hope you can see and feel how invested we are in making this absolute game changing for all of our Capshovians. So all we're asking is for you to tell us why. And if you do sign up with that code today, then as a bonus, we'll also send you the audio replay of this event via private podcast, so that if you have to miss out on any of the sessions, if you're sort of jumping in and jumping out, you'll have super easy access to it. So go over to beta.capsho.com and sign up for your free trial now. Don't forget to use the code UPRISE24 to get your 40% discount for the rest of the year, plus access to the replay of this event via a private podcast. Now, I hope you are ready for something life-changing, because our story, the Capsho story, is not the only Uprising story. It is not. If you are feeling a little bit lonely in your journey right now and what it is that you're going through, no matter how big or small, then you need to hear what our other speakers today have to say. Like, you need to hear it. And you'll realize that this is just the beginning of your uprising too.
Hey, Alex Sanfilippo here. I'm the founder of a software called Podmatch.com, which automatically connects podcast guests and hosts for interviews, and it helps them find each other faster while automating a lot of the processes and administration.
How did Podmatch start, and take us through the journey of you making some really hard decisions that definitely changed the trajectory of where Podmatch went?
Yeah, and I'm super thankful for what it is today. And to me, the definition of success in the business is how many people it's really impacting and serving. And it's doing a really great job with that. And I don't necessarily look at people as like a number, but I just think like, what is the legacy this leaves? And for me personally, am I working myself to death, or am I able to have a life as well? And I have the best work-life balance I've ever had. And so those are some of the elements of success, if you will. When it started, though, I never planned for it to be what it is today. And I think that any business owner or founder, anybody can say that. It's pretty easy to say on this side of it. But when I first got started, I had the idea on March 10th, 2020. I pitched it to two other partners. One's my wife. Another one's our business partner, who's been a long-term friend. We were in each other's weddings in 2011 and 2012, and draft up paperwork. So we legally did all of it, right? But we started that basically that same day. Like we started drafting up paperwork and did all that. So it's March 10th, 2020. And by June 15th, 2020, we launched and saw some immediate great traction, which was really, really cool. Here's where the I guess the issue or the friction came in for me personally. It's that I had been in a corporate job for about 15 years at that point, 14 and a half years at that point. And I was doing really well. I had just hit the C-suite level. And this is a big publicly traded company, multi-billion-dollar organization, like the young guy in the room. And I'd like pinch myself every day being like in these board meetings, I'm like, how am I here? Right? Like, how did I get here? And it was one of those things I worked so hard for so long to get there. And I was like reaping those benefits. And that 14 and a half years, that last year of it was actually my best year I'd ever had. And I really applied myself all the way through and worked really hard to get there. But I was doing like everything was just firing on all cylinders. And it's like, when you're in that sweet spot that you're like, don't change anything, everything is just working right now. And that's how I felt. And shortly after Podmatch launched, we hit this point, not overnight, but pretty quick within that first couple months of launching. So this is still end of summer 2020, where I realized a problem. And the problem was me. The problem was my lack of involvement because I was, if you will, the front facing guy. Alicia handles operations, one of my business partners / wife. And then my other business partner, Jesse, he handles all the actual tech. So he's building the software. He's a developer. And I was the guy, sales, marketing, all that stuff, if you'll call it that. And it was just the three of us working that time because we're still really small. And I realized my lack of involvement was directly impacting the size and the growth and the trajectory of the business itself. And that scared me.
Yeah. So can we talk about that moment, as in that realization that you had? Like, was it something that was a sudden realization, or did you see it coming? And what were you hoping that it would? Because you mentioned that you did have a successful, like you just hit these milestones in your career, and were you kind of a part of you hoping that it was things just didn't need to change ever?
Yeah. Call me naive at that point. It was something I noticed over time, but it didn't hit me till a moment, if that makes sense. So like the moment I realized, I'm like, okay, this has been happening, but it just now is clicking. And leading up to that, my hope was like, yeah, I'm going to be this full-time aerospace guy. I've got great perks. I'm doing really well. And I'm able to work a few hours a day on this. And it's a super fun project I'm passionate about. And if you look at the income, by the way, the income for the corporate job and the perks, like health benefits and stuff like that, was very different than what Podmatch was bringing at that point. And so, yeah, I say now, I realized it over time, but the reality is it just kind of hit me in a moment. And I remember being one evening where I'm like, why is this not growing faster? I'm like, I need to send like these 10 emails. Let's just do it tomorrow. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm doing it tomorrow because I don't have time today, which means that's why it's not growing today, because I have to put this work off till tomorrow if I'm going to have a life and sleep and do both of these things.
That is, that's so insightful, that you had that realization because of that moment. And you mentioned that you were scared by it. So talk us through that.
Yeah. After 15 years in any organization, and also not truly being an entrepreneur, I sort of operated like one inside of a business. I think that's what caused me to excel quickly. 15 years is a long time, but a big corporation, that's pretty fast. Again, thinking about how much older everyone was than I was in that boardroom, right? I was very nervous that I wasn't going to be a good entrepreneur because I'm maybe a little bit of an overly productive guy. I've always had little side hustles, and the goal of most of them was not to bring in income or anything like that. It was just something fun, and I always liked it. But really, I did notice that a lot of things I had done the recent years failed pretty quick. I burned out quick. It just didn't work. And so I think I was nervous when I was looking at the cushiness of this job versus I guess the unknowns of what a software startup is. And if you look at the data, which I never recommend doing, it's even more terrifying because you're like, basically, there's no chance this is going to make it. Like, it's just not possible at this point. And so looking at those two things, I was nervous because of the comfort I was living in. And I definitely was thinking about my wife as well. Like, I do want to provide for her. She had sold a business the year before we started this. So in 2019, she had sold a business. So she was just helping me out. And when we started this Podmatch thing, she started really just working on that. So again, in my head, I'm like, that's our only income. And Podmatch is bringing in just a small portion of that. And so the factors were all very much so from the comfort that I had grown accustomed to living in. That's where all the fears really were bred from.
Wow. Okay. So from the moment that you made the realization, like how quickly did you actually make the decision to go full time into Podmatch?
I was like, again, I was terrified. So it didn't happen quickly. And I really did fight it. I didn't even voice it to Alicia. I didn't voice it to Jesse, the two other co-founders, in my head, I was just kind of stuck in this place. And I realized this like uneasiness inside of me. And whenever I feel an uneasiness inside me, I know something needs to change. I'm either doing something wrong or I'm missing something right. Either way, something wrong basically. And I was just living in that place. But I didn't really know what it was because it still hadn't fully clicked that, Alex, you need to make this decision. And so at that point, I actually picked up a book, and this was fall 2020. And I picked up a book called High Performance Habits by Brendan Burchard. Really great book. And he goes over the 6 like key principles for high achievers, like what it takes to be a high achiever. And I'm reading through them and I'm like, got that, right? Little conceited at that point in my life, maybe. And not really. I was really looking at it and being like, you know what? I actually think I'm doing well with this. And obviously there's learnings along the way. And then I hit one. And the point was courage. And I realized in an instant when I read that page, I realized, I still remember where I was. I was sitting outside in the sunshine. It's like a Saturday afternoon, the only day I was taking off. And I read that. I'm like, this is the ingredient that Alex Sanfilippo is missing to go from where I am to where I feel that I want to be in life. When I really look internally, like as deep as I can, the thing I'm missing is courage. And that was kind of that moment where like it all clicked. And again, this was fall 2020.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that in itself, just to admit that at that stage, that was the thing that was missing is huge. Okay. So you mentioned that you realized that Podmatch just was not growing fast enough. Like, what did it mean to you? Because again, we all have different definitions of growth and success and revenue and things, but what for you did that mean?
I just realized the amount of opportunities coming every day and my lack of involvement in them was hindering its growth, is really what it meant. So I wasn't like looking at the money, we need more. No, I was actually seeing the opportunities coming to us and me just not reacting fast enough to receive them. Right? Like it'd be like I'll use a football example in American football, NFL. So the one where you catch the ball, not where you kick it, right? If you're a receiver and you don't turn quick enough on your routes to catch the ball and they all hit your back, right? Or go right over your head when you could have caught them, you're not getting to your opportunity quick enough. And that's the only reason you're probably missing it. And when a quarterback and a receiver have that disconnection, right? When they have that disconnection, that's where you see a lot of very frustrated players like, oh man, right? And so for me, I was realizing I was both of those positions more or less, where it's like, it's all showing up to me, but I'm not reacting quick enough. And that internal battle showed up. And again, what it was all relating to was my lack of courage to take a leap, to leave the cushiness and I guess the money of my corporate job to go into this thing. It actually had nothing to do with $1 at that point. The next step did, but leading up to me realizing that I was lacking courage, it wasn't a dollar amount. It was just me seeing there's things being left on the table and I'm dropping all this stuff, which isn't good for Alicia or for Jesse that are putting a lot more effort into this than I was at that time.
Yeah. And that word courage is like, it's so potent because I feel like it gets thrown around a lot. But I think until you're in a moment like this, it doesn't feel real. Right. So when you then think about, okay, well, that's the missing ingredient. Like how did you, I don't know, like switch it on? How did you decide that you are now going to be courageous? Because it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, that's the whole point of courage. So talk us through that.
Yeah, it's a great question. And really what it came down to is I started actually researching courage, which maybe sounds weird. Most people just go to a dictionary, like, here's the definition. I started listening to podcasts that were specifically about courage. And I don't even remember where I heard it, but somebody said, courage means being afraid and then doing what you have to do anyway. And I couldn't seem to take courage until I heard that because it described my exact feeling, which I still didn't realize. I was like, I'm lacking courage. But the reality was I was lacking courage because I was terrified. I was scared. But courage means being afraid than doing what you have to do anyway. And that moment is when something went off. And I'm like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Podmatch is my future. And aerospace, my current corporate job is behind me. And I have to now take that leap.
Okay, so then, I mean, because I know that people are going to be listening to this and they're going to be like, yeah, well, easy for you to say, Alex, you now got something successful, etc. But it didn't, I mean, obviously it didn't start that way. So what did it take, between you making that decision and stepping into that courage and actually making the things happen? As you said, it wasn't overnight, but I'm sure that you kind of, because you always do, you had a plan in place, and it was like, okay, did you feel like you had to hit some things before you could leave your job? Did you just go, you know what, I'm going to do the courageous, the immediate thing, put my notice in, and then figure it out? Like what? Yeah. How did that process work for you?
So that would be what I'd call ready, fire, aim. I'm a ready, aim, fire type of guy personally. So I had this moment. I didn't like do anything like, I'm out of here, right? Like, and I stormed into the boss office. I quit, right? Like, and keep in mind, I loved that job. I worked very hard to get where I was. I was still thoroughly enjoying it, having my best year ever. But what I did is at home, I first did the scariest thing of all, which was told my wife, Alicia. And I was like sweating, and I'm not like a really a nervous person, but I was like terrified. And so I told her, I'm like, hey, think I have to quit my job. And she just like froze and like looked at me. She goes, really? And I was like, yeah, the writing's on the wall. Like, this is the next step. What are your thoughts? And I just kind of was quiet. And she goes, I totally trust you. If it's time to do that, then do it. And that right there gave me all this boost of confidence. Courage came a lot easier after that, right? Some of the fear removed because now I'd voiced it to somebody else. This is super important, by the way. So everyone listening, watching, catch this. Voicing to someone else and hearing them say, yeah, you know what? I do believe in you because I know you. That gave me such a boost to say, yeah, you know what? You're right. But when it's just you, we get in our own heads. No matter how much of an overachiever you are, how productive you are, how good you are at analytics and finding the data and the strategy. At the end of the day, when you're in your own head, for some reason, we're all programmed to tell ourselves, you're not enough. You can't do it. That's not going to be okay. But when someone else that, again, truly knows you, my wife, right, in my case, but that person who truly knows you says, I have confidence. I believe you can do it. Let's go for it. Then that did something. It set that fire in me, and I was ready to go. And at that point, the next step I took, again, I'm a ready, aim, fire guy. So what I did is I started thinking, okay, here's what Podmatch is bringing in, which, by the way, at that point was not enough for us to live off of, not even close. And keep in mind, there's me, Alicia, one other partner, and that partner has a wife and three kids. We don't have kids. So I'm like also thinking about the children, right? Like literally thinking about the children in this area. I'm like, what about the kids? Like they have to eat, right? Like, how are we going to do this? And it was one of those things where I just busted out Excel. I like Excel a lot. I said, here's where we are. Here's our previous growth. And obviously there's the law of diminishing return. Let's build a formula that factors that in, which this might make people's eyes roll over, right? You can find financial people that can help you with this stuff. And I encourage you, make a small investment to have someone plan this stuff out. If you're saying, Alex, I'm right now where you were at this point. But basically we just kind of did that and said, okay, it's going to take us 2 years at the current rate. To actually be back to where we are currently, right? So my aerospace salary was going to take us 2 years to reach at that point. How much savings do we have? Do we have enough savings to float? Not really. Okay, how can we budget? Can we tighten up our budget? Alicia and I made the decision to sell one of our vehicles. We dropped to one car. We did a lot of things to be able to say, okay, we became minimalists without really meaning to. We canceled every subscription, right? And because the thing is, when you're thinking 2 years, you're like, oh, but Netflix and Hulu and all that, it's only like $30 a month. I'm like, okay, cool. Times 12 times 2, right? And every penny counted. And the reality is that's how I was able to make the decision of, okay, this is okay to do. And I highly recommend, like, don't just go with your feeling and like your excitement, like actually take the time to do that. Do you have something that it's even feasible and possible for it to actually replace? And I'll tell you what, like that practice, once again, Deidre, was extremely terrifying to me because I'm like, we've worked really hard to get this cushion, right? Comfort, that word comes back up. And now we're going to say, we're going to get down to almost nothing, like down to pennies before we make this shift. So doing that was a really terrifying part of the process once again.
Yeah. And I'm sure that another part, you've been doing it for the kids and we kind of laugh about it now, but it's, this, I feel like for founders, CEOs, like this is actually one of the untalked about realities of the job is like the pressure that you feel of the people that you have to look after, because I'm sure, like you're the face of it. It was your idea. You probably coerced Jesse into doing this with you.
Maybe a little bit, but he really did believe in it. All right. From day one. But yes, I was like, come on, bro. My excitement probably got him to be like, work. Okay, let's do it. Right.
Yeah. But then the reality does hit, right? When you go, like you get past the excitement and then it becomes a real thing where you're like, you get your first customer, your first, user and stuff, which is super exciting. But then it's like, oh gosh, okay, well now that it's a real thing, we need to actually project this out to be like, how can we give Jesse and his family what he needs. And there's pressure on that because if you can't fulfill on your part of it, which is like the market stuff, like the growth part side of it, then all of that fails. So how did that weigh on you? How did you work through some of that, or did you just kind of compartmentalize it and just just head down, do what I need to do?
I kind of wish it were that, where I was just like, it's all fine. Forget, the kids will be okay. They'll figure something out, right? They eat too much anyway. Let's be real, right? Like it was none of that. No, it's pressure, right? It's weight on your shoulders. And the thing is, I didn't quit my corporate job overnight, and I'd like to get back into that because I think that's, to me, really important to discuss as well. So I had the weight of now making the decision before voicing it to anyone other than Alicia and then Jesse as well. Looking at the numbers, terrified by that, but also thinking I still have a decision to make. And all at the same time thinking, do I actually like this enough to do this full time, long term, to see this through? Because I am taking care of our members, the community that make up Podmatch. Like I'm taking care of them as well. Do I like this enough to keep with it? And I think not enough founders ask that question in this process. I think it has to be at this point because with all the pressure, when you start seeing dollars rolling, you're like, of course, right? But think about all the pressure. Okay, I've got co-founders, families to feed. I've got a job to still resign from. Okay, I can make it financially. Do I like this enough to say that it's worth everything I'm about to set in motion? Because once it's set in motion, there's no going back. And I think that a lot of us, when we get to that point, the answer for me was yes. Spoiler. It was yes, I can do this. I like it. But for a lot of us, the answer is actually no. Like, I don't see myself doing this long term. I just want to get to an exit really fast. And I don't think that's the right foot to step into business full time thinking. I think you have to say, I love this. I'm passionate. I want to do this. But we have to be real with ourselves. And maybe the reality is, let me bring on another partner. Let me take a sidestep. Let me give up some of my equities to someone else who really thinks they can do this long term, can run with it. And I'll keep everything here, right? All that pressure on you. Let's release that pressure and I'll just continue doing this. But let me be a small part and advise in this. And that takes a level of humility to do. But for some of us, that's going to be the right answer. For me, thankfully, was not. But for many of us, that might actually be the right decision.
That's so true. Yeah, even as you say that, because like having gone through it multiple times, I can 100% attest to that. That probably the reason why I've been through it 100 times is like the previous, 99 times, it was probably not the thing that I actually wanted to fully step into. So yes, I completely stand behind that. Okay, so let's talk about now, like let's transition a little bit into when you made that decision, you put the things in action, you ultimately, how long did it take for you to quit, by the way, from the decision?
Yeah, it was a public company, so it's kind of sensitive from that regard. So I didn't give a 2-week notice. And people think this is crazy. My notice was 90 days to keep shareholders happy and to bring in replacements and stuff like that, which was a cool thing. And I was actually fine with that. So I immediately went from, I guess, quote unquote, 40 hours a week. I was salary, so it was really like 100, right? But I went from on paper 40 hours a week down to 30 to 20 to 10 over a 90-day period of time, and then was out. And so my last day was December 7th, 2020. And that day, by the way, that December 7th, I woke up like, man, I don't know the emotion I felt. Still to this day, I've never repeated it. Scared, unsure, lonely. Just realize like I have a community at this company, people who love me, people who are going to be crying when I step into that building that day, right? And they knew I was leaving, but like the reality is it's not real till it happens. And it was just one of those things. It was like, it was scary. And so I stepped in and they did all the paperwork, which I had fired plenty of people before. I'd seen people retire. So I had been the person doing the paperwork, and someone else that worked for me was doing the paperwork for my exit interview. And they have to follow you out the door, 15 years, right? But it's protocol to follow you out the door, to take your key fob, like all that stuff. And man, like by the time I was out in the parking lot, I was crying. And I'm like not a crier, and I was crying by myself. And I still think back to that because it's like the moment that like all of it hit, it's like, okay, this is officially real. I can't even go back to that building now. Like I can't walk in it. It's like a super like secret building. You can't just walk in it. So it was like one of those things that was like closed. And I realized the long walk to my car felt a little bit longer because I was like, you know what? I'm actually alone. And this is what it's like to be a founder for the next period of time. This is what I signed up for. And again, I think not enough of us think about that. Like that's terrifying. And I was so nervous. I was so scared. And like, so I found myself just praying. I'm like, God, like, I felt like you put all this in my lap. I felt like you told me to do this. I'm just going to do it. But like, I am so scared right now. And so driving off that day, going home, knowing that tomorrow I don't have a job. I've got a company I'm starting that I hope makes it, that I've got a little bit of roadmap for my finances to say, you can try this for this long before you start going hungry. But man, like, again, it brought me back to like what finally centered me once again was courage means being afraid than doing what you have to do anyway. And so I took all the proper steps and just December 8th, after I picked myself back up. So the 7th, I left the corporate job. The 8th, I picked myself back up. I went at it full force. I was like, I'm going to give this 110%. Like, I'm going to go all in on this because this is it now. Like, I put all my eggs in this basket. It's time to make this happen.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of that fear also comes down to sort of like that identity, like, you know, who is Alex Sanfilippo? And for 15 years, you've been this career, you know, this in aerospace, etc. And now it's like, that's kind of gone. Like in one day, as you said, almost in one day, it's like poof, done. Like that Alex doesn't exist anymore. So that I'm like tearing up as well as you're talking about it. It's like, that is incredibly scary to like let that go, let that part of you go too. So, but
yeah, it really is. And again, that quote, courage means being afraid and doing what you have to do anyway. Like I always tell people, even if you're not really the strategic type, like be strategic about this. Like I had it all laid out in front of me, and that's what it took for me to say, okay, we can do this. But it also immediately, December 8th, I wasn't like running around with my head cut off, like not knowing what to do, right? Like I'm like, oh man, what's next? How do I even start? Like I knew what had to happen. Those opportunities that were showing up every day that I couldn't tend to because I had a corporate job, right? I was now tending those every day, saying, okay, what's a real work pace look like? Because the next problem you run into is saying, here's the roadmap. How do we cut that in half? How do we cut that in half again? How do we cut it down to 1/3? How do we get this there tomorrow? Oh, we stop sleeping. We grind. We go 24/7, right? And it takes a level of self-discipline and understanding of, okay, this is what this looks like, and creating that new normal for you that is at a pace where you can live your life and your work to really know that like this is how this is going to work and get us there. Maybe we'll get there sooner. Maybe it'll take us a little bit longer, but this is something that's manageable so I don't burn out along the way of trying to quote unquote get back to where I'm wealthy or making it or any of those things. And I think there's a very, very important lesson there. So again, the 8th of December, the day after I quit my corporate job, the day that money stopped coming in for me, was the day I said, here's the plan. Let's begin executing it at the pace that we know we can do it before we run out completely.
Yes. Okay, now let's talk about then from there, you know, because we spoke about the journey to get to that point, that pivotal point. And then we want to know kind of, I mean, the story's still going, but kind of like how the story ended as of, you know, today, kind of did that. I mean, I kind of know the answer to this, but I want to hear you talk about it. But like, did the things that you had thought would happen, even given all the uncertainties and unknowns and stuff of entrepreneurship, we know that, but you know, the things that you thought would happen, did they happen? And did they happen in the way that you thought they would?
They happen not like I thought they would, not as quick as I thought they would. And so full transparency, the month that Alicia and I started really making income that we could live off of was the last month that we wouldn't be able to pay off our credit card if we went one more month over. So we had exactly like a week's left of savings before it was like we're dipping into the credit card, going into debt. And I'm very thankful we had that safety net, but it took us basically a little bit longer than we thought. But it was interesting because our income, our bank account went literally, if you think of like, I don't know, just a line, it was dropping down to zero, down to the bottom, but then it hockey sticked, which I'm super thankful for. So like it just jumped right back up. And I'm not saying that'd be like, we've got tons of money and stuff, right? Like I'm just mentioning it to say that the turn, that tide turned, it was a new beginning, and it was like, whoa, we're thriving once again. But it didn't look the way I thought it would. And I'm overly ambitious as an entrepreneur. That's why it didn't look the way that I thought it would, because the reality is I'm over ambitious. And I always am like, oh, we can easily do this. And then you get into it and you're like, that's impossible. Nobody can do that. But I'm the guy every time, which is probably good for morale and stuff like that. But I've learned, and Jesse and Alicia both have helped me a lot, to say, all right, Alex, let's bring that down to a normal level. Even though you think you're already being conservative, you're still like in the clouds with this stuff. And I recognize that maybe that's a gift and a curse a little bit, right? And I just have learned, okay, like we got to bring it down a little bit. But the reason it took as long as it did is because even in my most conservative effort to make a roadmap, it was still overly ambitious in every possible way. And I'm thankful that we did end up making it. But like I said, it got scary. It got down to that last moment where we would have had to make a decision. And maybe for a little bit, because we work from home, Alicia and I, maybe it was no car for a little bit. So we keep on going. The thing is, at that point, because we committed and knew we could do it long term, we're willing to sacrifice whatever it would have taken at that point to get there, because the writing was on the wall the whole time, right? And I'm thankful now to be completely on the other side of that. And the thing is, your first, people say your first million, but really your first salary of where you want to be, right? Like each of us are making more money than we ever have in any of our jobs, which I'm so thankful for. But getting to that point is so much harder than doubling, tripling where we are today. And so like the rest of it is stuff that we can just have so much fun now because we're on the other side. And I guess my encouragement to a founder is, if you're still kind of in that weed of it, just remember that when you do reach the other side and you have more of that safety net, you can go have a lot of fun. You can use your money that you're making to serve people better, to bring it to where you want to go. And it's a joy to be there. And I say that as humbly as I can. It's not like I'm out buying Ferraris and stuff. We actually like to reinvest it into the platform to serve people better. But we're able to do that now. And we're watching the company grow at really fast paces that maybe mirror Alex's overly ambitious mind a little bit. But it's something that we're just eternally grateful for and so thankful.
That is so awesome. Okay, one last question. If you think back to that pivotal moment of like you making a decision, stepping into your courage of, giving up your job. If you had not done that, where do you think the business would be right now?
It wouldn't be in existence anymore. There's just no way. At some point, maintaining things is usually the start of things dying, right? There's the old saying that, especially in personal development, if you're not growing, you're dying. And the reality is it's the same for business. If you're just trying to maintain it and just keep it going, everyone around you is innovating. They're changing things. They're growing. They're leveling up. And if I would have just said, this is all we can do, maybe it would have ridden for a year or two. But at this point, it would be gone because people notice this person isn't in this to really serve. And I find that we're in a world that needs serve first founders to really be able to thrive and make it long term. We've got to be willing to put more and more into it. And that always looks different. It's not just time. But the reality is, if I didn't make that jump, I would not be having this conversation with you today, Deidre. There's no chance we'd probably even know each other at this point.
Which would actually that would cut me deeply. Like, I didn't know you, Alex.
Same.
But okay, so to that point, everyone who is not a Podmatch user, a member, I should say, part of the community, part of the platform, where should they go check you out?
Yeah, thank you for that. Podmatch.com/free has everything that I do. It'll give you 5 quick wins you can check out in less than 5 minutes, just to kind of give you an introduction to podcasting on either side of the mic or help you take it further. And that's really where I serve. And any way you reach out from there, you're going to get me, because that's where I really spend my time, is in the community through podmatch.com/free. So Deidre, thank you again, though. This was incredible. So fun.
So good. Thank you. Okay, can you let me know in the comments if you can relate to Alex's story? Who here is still in their full-time jobs and seriously considering your next step with your business? Can you put a hashtag next step in the comments if that's you? Or who was in that exact position and made the really, really hard decision to create your own Uprising story? To leave the comfort and certainty of a regular paycheck and take that important leap to believe in yourself and what it is that you are doing and building. If that's you, put a hashtag next step in the comments as well. That was certainly something that I did. So I totally know what Alex went through when he was telling his story. Either way, no matter where you are in your own journey, I want to celebrate you and your uprising. Can we all take a moment to celebrate together? Can you drop some clap emojis in the comments? Drop them in right now. Let's celebrate our uprising together, no matter where you are in your journey. Okay, so earlier this year, I completely rebranded my podcast. For anyone who's been following us for a while, you may know that we went from a podcast called Grow My Podcast Show to rebranding it to Win the Content Game, which from a podcast player SEO perspective made absolutely no sense. It made absolutely no sense, but there was a bigger reason that I felt called to do this. And the reason is because we realized as a Capsho team that everything we do being an entrepreneur, we're just playing a game, right? Everything from the product offer we create to the funnels we build to the sales calls we have, every single aspect of being an entrepreneur is all about us showing up time and time again and putting the reps in to build that muscle memory of doing it so that we can build that confidence that we need to succeed. And that is especially when we're talking about content marketing. Every time we show up to create just one piece of content, that is us showing up on the court or the pitch or the field, pick your sport. That is us making a conscious decision to play the game. And when we show up again and again, that is us making a conscious decision to stay in the game. That's what it takes to really do content marketing. Let's be honest, right? We can't just we can't phone it in. I think a lot of us know that does not work. We have to show up and we have to play the game. And when we can figure out how to start winning the game, that is us getting discovered, being positioned as thought leaders, and importantly, getting leads and clients for our business. That is us winning the game. Is this making sense? But we also know how hard it is to play any sport, any game, especially this one, the content game. Which is why pod fading is such a real thing, or starting a YouTube channel with the best of intentions and then giving it up is a real thing, or creating a TikTok account that is now lying dormant is a real thing, because it's hard to play this game consistently and at a high level that actually gets results while running a business. And that's exactly why I rebranded our podcast to Win the Content Game, because I wanted to talk about exactly these topics. About what it actually takes to be in the game, and not just be in the game, but to win it. And I am so honored to be surrounded by people, Capshovians, who have committed to not only playing the content game, but winning it. Let me know in the comments if you are committed to winning the content game. Okay, can you give me a hashtag #InToWin? Put a hashtag #InToWin in the comments if you are committed, you want to show up, you want to play, and you want to win the content game. Let me know in the comments if that is you, because at some point I want to be able to highlight you too. Just like how I'm going to highlight Brent Downland, who has such an amazing content marketing uprising story. Because if you have ever struggled with being in a funk with your content, realizing that it's not creating the impact and it's not reaching the people you want it to reach, then just know that 1, you are not alone in this, and 2, you can come back from that and win the content game. Here is Brent's story.
February 3rd, 2024, my heart felt like it stopped. My world came crashing down as I watched years of blood, sweat, and tears just go down the drain. After 4 seasons and thousands of hours and dollars and growing my show to a top 1% podcast, my downloads flatlined with no warning. It took me to the end of March to gather enough data to learn that I've been deplatformed. But I can't describe this feeling of seeing something that you dedicated 5 years of your life to building from the ground up just seemed to disappear before your eyes. It was this gut-wrenching moment. I fell into a deep funk, like a really deep funk. And as I was questioning my life choices, I was also starting to question my mission and my passion. Is this really what I should be doing or spending my time with? I couldn't imagine starting over from scratch, especially because I actually left my career in the IT industry in pursuit of making my business a full-time thing, because I've been so dedicated to this for so many years now. I almost walked away from the mic. I mean, the end of my show seemed like it was in sight. I could see it coming down the line. I mean, I was still going through the motions. Quite honestly, I still am feeling the effects of that deplatforming. And I was ready to just curl up in a ball and cry. I honestly had no idea where to go with watching that much of my life's work. My family is sacrificed as I worked on growing this show and growing this into a business. And then I was scrolling through my Facebook and I saw Capsho was starting to talk about Capsho NextGen. And at that moment, I was just looking for silver linings anywhere I could find them. And I was already part of the Capsho collective, and the updates have never disappointed, guys, just so you guys know. The updates have never disappointed. So I was kind of excited about seeing the NextGen preview when they sent it out. Now, unbeknownst to anyone, right before all this went south for me, I had actually started embarking on a new social media strategy because mine had clearly never worked for me. When Capsho presented that they were incorporating Katie Brinkley's strategy into my NextGen, my heart jumped. And I found out my favorite support software in all the world for my show was now going to incorporate this new strategy on top of their already great content. Then came the update about outputs being in my tone of voice, right? The first time I tried it after I built my profile, it sounded so much like me. And I had put almost no rework into it at all, but it also learns my edits. And I was starting to get excited about something, actually. I was still feeling the weight of everything, but I felt this wave of relief as I realized I could restart with help on the parts that I hated about what I do, because I had a partner to help me with the heavy lifting in my weak areas. I didn't have to create more content. I had a tool that understood how to use my content that I was already creating much more effectively than I knew how to do on my own. As you know, as a creator, there's a lot of things that you have to try and learn and do, and it can be really daunting. Let's see if I can say the word. Deirdre, Bonna, and Ash had no idea. I was about to quit and walk away from podcasting after years of podcasting. I was just broken at the thought of having to try and do it on my own again. Newly equipped with Capsho NextGen, being aligned with not only being effective for my podcast, but making my social media work for me and helping me understand how Katie's strategy actually worked better than I understood it reading the book on my own. My social media is growing for the first time in years. I've had more interaction, engagement, views, and follows on my social media platforms than I have in the last 2 years. I have hope because with Capsho helping me and we've been on the same page and such great outputs and everything they just keep releasing makes my journey that much easier, that much better. Then the realization that I could focus on rebuilding my show and Capsho would help me utilize my existing content to actually do social media the right way. And this time I can actually grow my support structure on social media and other platforms along with my show. It's the reason I'm still here talking to you, because NextGen has helped make my show content a machine on multiple levels across multiple platforms. But I'm still here because the timing of Capsho NextGen actually gave me hope when I was ready to walk away from my show. So thanks, guys.
Wow. So Bonna actually reached out to our Capsho Club members and to I can't even talk. I'm like tearing up because that means so much, Brent, what you said, because this is why we do what we do. So thank you. And so I was going to say I hadn't actually watched any of these because Bonna was like, you know what, don't watch it, just react to it live. And this is probably why, so that I can embarrass myself crying. That was amazing. Thank you, Brent. Okay, what was I going to say? Like, if you want to not give up your show, head over to beta.capsho.com. Sign up for your 14-day free trial. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Okay, so, I am just going to play our second demo video. Let's go to that.
That train your tone of voice. And I put my social media content in there. I put my 5 pieces in there. And when I say it was spot on with the way that the persona I created, it was spot on. Okay. I think I've collected myself. I just needed that minute.
Whew, okay, well, yeah, don't forget to sign up for your free 14-day trial. And if you do that today, you'll not only get a 40% off your subscription for the rest of 2024. Don't forget to use the code UPRISE24. But you'll also receive the audio replays of this entire event via a private podcast. So go and do that right now. Open up a different tab, go to beta.capsho.com and sign up for your free 14-day trial. Okay, now, question. Did anyone see a really random word flashing up when Alex was speaking? Like maybe you thought it was a glitch or something. Like there's a bug in these videos. Did anyone see that word? And if you did, do you remember what the word was? If you, like put that in the comments if you remember what that word was, because if you did, then you are on your way to winning a prize. Yes, I haven't told you yet, but we are actually throughout today going to play Watch and Win. Okay, so here are the rules. Here are the rules. And you can also scan. If you scan that QR code that's on the screen, then you can actually get the rules in writing. Each of our keynote speakers today will have a word flash up and while they're speaking. Really randomly, like you saw. We're like, wait, that word makes absolutely no sense. Yes, Melissa, officially, that was actually the word. Okay, so everyone who's on here has a head start, okay? So you know that the first word is officially. So what you have to do is you have to collect all of the words and then you use these words to create a phrase that answers the question, what game is starting now? Okay, so that's the question. What game is starting now? Now, the words that you'll see are out of order. Okay, so you'll have to like put them in its phrase. And when you go to, when you scan this QR code and go to that link, then there will be like a submission thing where you submit the phrase at the end of the day and you will get a prize, which is, if you scan the QR code, that'll tell you what the prize is. It's really, really cool. And you'll also be in the draw to win a free annual plan of Capsho NextGen as well. Okay, so to play along, head over, scan that QR code, get all of those instructions, and just by playing, as I said, you will automatically win a prize. And yes, the word that flashed up when Alex was speaking was indeed officially. Okay, so write that down because you're going to need it. All right, did you write it down? Did you write it down? Okay. All right. Oh boy. I am so excited for the next two speakers coming up. Their stories are absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal when we talk about turning setbacks into comebacks. So without further ado, here we go.
Let's go. My name is Jenna Larson and I'm the co-founder of GrouPtrack. Now you might be like, what the heck is that? Well, we are the first and only full social media CRM. And what that means is we help entrepreneurs just like you who are looking to get more clients from social media so that you can keep this all not chaotic, but in a super organized fashion so you know exactly where your leads are in your sales cycle. We've been running GrouPtrack for 4 years, and we've been so incredibly blessed because within those 4 years, our company has grown like no other, right? Every single month, it's been like 5% increase. And so, our first kind of entrance into this world has been really positive, and we weren't really like impacted with, a lot of the up and down that a lot of organizations are faced with. And so it kind of gave us this really like sense of security, like, okay, like people love the tool, things are going really well. Like it's kind of like a consistent growth that we can count on until 2024, when all of a sudden the market is like literally changing overnight. And here's the thing, right? Like we've been hearing rumblings about it. We've been hearing from a lot of our clients that all of a sudden people are just not buying like they used to. When you think about like 2020, really up through 22, people were at home. People were looking to buy things, to do things. And so, the coaching industry was just like killing it, by literally just showing up. So in 2024, all of a sudden we start hearing rumblings from our clients like, whoa, things are changing. People are not buying. And there's really a feeling of panic in the industry. And so because we've been kind of scooting along and having all this amazing success, we weren't really feeling it until one day we get a message from one of our amazing clients that we've had for years. And he was like, hey, hate to let you know, but we've had some major changes in our own organization. We have to make some changes. And starting in 2 days, we're no longer able to be in the same type of relationship that we had, right? So with this particular client, his company was paying us a minimum of 10K every single month. So when you look at that, that's like, over $100,000 per year. And like I said, like we kind of got into a place where we were really just feeling comfortable and consistent in counting on that revenue. And so, to go from feeling like, okay, we're really good and this is just going to continue, to, oh my gosh, everybody's struggling and now it's immediately hitting us and we literally have 2 days to figure out what to do, was like a very different feeling, right? So we kind of felt like the rug was pulled out from under us. And I'm not sure how much you guys are aware, but a lot of people don't realize how incredibly expensive it is to run a SaaS company. I know you guys get it, just with developers. If you get a good developer, you better count on paying them ridiculous amounts of money. And the truth is, like, they earn, it for sure. But, this was like the first time where I'm sitting here talking to my co-founder, like, oh my gosh, like, how are we going to be able to pay these people that we employ or contract or, are really making the tool so wonderful? So I feel like there's just this really big shift that's happening. And ours was not a shift. Ours was a slap, you know what I mean? Like 2-day notice. And so it really kind of freaked us out. I'm just going to be honest, right? Again, it's like those feelings of like, am I going to be able to pay these people whose families now are reliant on our company being able to, do that for them? So a lot of stress, I would say, is where we've been.
It's, oh my gosh, even as you're telling it, I feel the pain, Jenna, because like, I think all of us can imagine when we have like this big client and we're counting on it. Like it's almost like a set and forget in a way. Like, and then suddenly it's like, oh no, there is no setting and forgetting anymore. It's like in your face and it's no longer there. Like when, when your client messaged you, what was like the first thing that ran through your mind?
Oh, a lot of explicitives. I was like, holy smoke, like, stomach dropped, like, you're joking, right? And I think it's just that idea, right, that you said, like, it's a set it and forget it type of thing where we just kind of assume that our growth is going to continue. The clients who have been with us for 4 years, they're just going to continue, right? I think what happens is we really start to get to a place where we not take it for granted, but we get comfortable. And I think the entire coaching industry has been comfortable for years, right? And so again, this isn't even just me. I think that a lot of people who are probably watching this are like, oh shizzle, yes, like we're not getting the same amount of clients. Our clients who have been there for years, all of a sudden are counseling. And, it just is a really like terrible place to be where you feel like, okay, trajectory was this way. And all of a sudden growth is halted, if not going backwards, right? And so you really start to go into this scarcity mentality of like, holy smokes, what are we going to do, right? And I think that's been the biggest blessing. There's been so many things this year that have been thrown at us. And because our tool integrates on top of Facebook and Instagram, it's not only just like our internal stuff, but if they make a change, it completely screws us up, right? So I don't know if you're familiar, but one of the changes Facebook has rolled out recently is this end-to-end encryption in DM. Let me tell you, E to E has become like a new curse word at my business because we're just like constantly fighting it, right? But it's like these things, end-to-end encryption, the API in Facebook group changing, and now you can't go live, like all of these things that have been thrown at everybody in the market, which are just like, for a lot of people, halting their progress completely. What has been incredible for us, I feel like, is we had the spiral moment, right? Like that weekend, I'm just like, oh my gosh, my husband literally brought me like 3 things of Cold Stone. Like that's how bad the spiral was. But it's like, again, it's like the 100K loss, the end-to-end encryption, the API in Facebook groups, like everything feels so big right now. And so like full on spiral. And then I was like, okay, what do we do? Like, we're entrepreneurs. What do we do? Right. And I think through all of those massive setbacks, every single one of those has turned into something better than it was before. Right. And I think that's the beauty, right? So what we've been able to do is say, well, what do we need to do to step up to the plate, right? And 90% of it has been going back to the basics, like the things that we did a long time ago, like when we were hustling, right? Getting back to relationship building, back to those like personalized conversations, away from one-to-many sales, right? Like we really started getting back into like having those intimate conversations with people. And with every single one of these like massive setbacks, we've been able to actually go completely the opposite. And because of that, and literally I can point to those three things being like things that could literally have just put us out of business. Every result has been better because of it.
I want to get, I 100% want to get into that because like people need to hear this. But before we do, I want to ask you a relatively pointed question because I feel this like when I get in my head about things, and as you mentioned, like things were stacking, right? Like you lost this big client, i.e. revenue, and you're in the middle of a rebuild as well, by the way, Jenna, like, just the same, like, the same way that Capsho has, like, I know your pain. You're in the middle of a rebuild. You like a lot of money has been invested into this. A lot. It's like literally I've got goosebumps with knowing how much is going into this rebuild. You as you mentioned, the E2E thing, the Facebook group thing. Was there like any moment when you were just like, you know what? I think our time was good, but it's fully ready to pack. I'm ready to pack it in. Like, was there any moment that crossed your mind?
A lot of the time, honestly, I'm like, it's like one thing after another. And here's the thing, especially with our tool, a lot of times people don't realize what's going on internally, right? So they might get frustrated if something like a feature breaks or whatever. And so they, oftentimes thinks, oh, well, group track just isn't good. And if they really understood what we were going through in the background, like, I mean, we've invested over $400,000 in relaunching our tool. And because of all these other things that have popped up, we've had to postpone that by a full month, right? Like that's a big, big deal. But it's like, really, we invested all this time over a year and a half, and then all of a sudden Facebook wants to go to hell. And here's the thing, right? People are freaking out in the market, right? So if they can't send DMs or they can't go live in their group or they can't, do the things, and they see that they're not making the same amount of money that they used to, the first instinct is to be like, well, I'm just going to abandon ship. I'm going to leave Facebook. I'm going to do all these things. I'm going to close my business. And of course, when they do that, that impacts our revenue, right? And so what it's taking on our end is like extra coding, extra pushing, extra everything, but then also getting super creative on like, well, let's figure out the strategy that is going to work in 2024. And again, it's like, there are days where I'm like to my business partner, like, is this it? Like, are we done? Like and truly like, some serious conversations about like, where are we going? And is this investment that we just gonna, is it actually gonna work or is it for nothing? And there is that in the back of my head that it's like, could have been for nothing. You know what I mean? And I have to be okay with that. But again, I think that like doubling down and looking and like really figuring out like, what are the things that matter and what are the things that are going to push us and actually work in 2024. So it's like, as much as I hate that we have gone through this and the stress that it's caused, like literally my husband was like, I have not seen you this stressed in years. But again, it's like the weight of your entire company on your shoulders.
Okay, so talk to us about what, like we went through this incredible stressful period where you lost revenue and all these other things are happening in the industry. But then you mentioned you went back to basics. I mean, was it just literally like overnight you were like, okay, cool, I'm going to pick myself. Did you give yourself a bit of like space and time or like, and were you like, okay, no, I really have to think very intentionally about the strategy, or were you just in like implementation mode?
So thank goodness I reached out to one of my business mentors. She is a girl that I grew up with in the corporate world, and then we both transitioned together. And I called her. I was like, you need to bring burritos over right now. I'm having a meltdown, like come over, right? And so she literally dropped everything, drove to my house with the burritos, and we sat down for a day and we mapped things out. And we're like, okay, let's go through everything. What's our lead gen strategy, our nurture strategy? What's our conversion strategy? What's our retention strategy? And we basically just look for holes. And there was a gaping hole. And it was that realistically, there was no one sitting in our sales position, right? We had kind of always been passive. So what that means is, right, I'm not out looking for clients. I'm not doing ads. I'm not doing marketing. We really focus on a Facebook group strategy that is fairly passive, in that people join our group organically. Once they're in our community, then we bring them through our system. But again, we weren't really like focusing on making offers and things like that. And so basically I was like, wow, no one is in this position. I'm going to do it. Right. And so I switched roles with Lindsay, who's one of our team members. And come to find out, she was like, thank goodness, I hated doing that. And I was like, what? You know? But it wasn't her zone of genius. She was so much better on the back end. And so we flipped roles. I went into sales mode and service mode. And I was so happy. She was so happy. And it's like, wow, what a difference feeling really content in your job actually makes in results, right? And so I went back to basics. I started messaging people, building relationship, like getting into the DMs, like literally the things that we teach. We started like just doubling down, and the reaction from it was so positive. Like so many responses in the DMs, so many people being appreciative. Like, wow, the CEO is in Messenger with me. Like what? And just that level of support and service within our community. And so when you go to make an offer, which we did, people bought because they're like, wow, this is incredible, right? And so I think like getting back into that, like, how do we just truly go back to service and support? And then when people are ready to buy, like make that direct offer and people say yes, right? And so it's like, Lindsay and I were kind of laughing. We're like, well, who knew? Who knew? Doing the things that we know work actually work, right? And so it's just been so much happier on our team, you know? And obviously the revenue being back just brings us back to that place of like, okay, we're proactive, we're on top of it, and we're not feeling that scarcity mentality that was kind of creeping in.
Yeah, for sure. And that scarcity mentality, like I know for me, it can paralyze not just you as the founder, but like for anyone who has team members, it can also paralyze them too, because we're all suddenly in a mode of like, okay, well, we can't spend money anymore. And we can't like, what was that actually starting to impact you and your team?
Oh, 100%. At one point I was like putting in our group message, like, hey, this is where we are. Hey, this is what's happening. And like at some point, my co-founder messaged me and was like, Jenna, you're freaking the team out. Stop. Like he was like, can you not do that? And I was like, yes, I cannot. But like, can you talk to me about this? You know, because I'm the one that's in charge of sales and revenue and all of those things, right? And, you know, again, it's a good lesson that like, freaking your team out does not actually help you get better results, right? Who knew? Going back to the basics and actually just getting into the work rhythm, right? And serving and, you know, doing those things is what actually makes the difference. And it's been incredible because like as much as I'm so wish we could avoid all of these hurdles that we've had in the past couple months, everything has been such a good lesson that we can then take back to our clients into the market and be like, look, here's our mistake. Here's what we weren't doing. Here was what was really not working. Here's how we pivoted, and here's how you can pivot too. And so it's just given us so much more to like be in the trenches, right? And I think too, like, you know, as I said in the beginning, like we have just grown month over month over month for the 4 years we've been in business. And we never experienced a lot of that pain that so many people are feeling, where they're like, I'm doing the work and it's not working, or, you know, whatever. And so it was very humbling to feel that pain as well. But again, like as the CEO, to really understand that feeling of like what it does feel like to be in scarcity, or what it does feel like to like do things and not have them work. it's a good reminder and a good lesson so that we can relate more to the feelings of our consumers and have that empathy and, you know, and to like really get to a place where they, like, we feel what they're feeling.
That's incredible. I mean, I'm actually really amazed by the fact that you've had 4 years of just like amazing growth, because that in it itself is quite an unheard of story in the entrepreneurship journey.
It really is.
Right? Yeah. So that is insane, first of all, but it's kind of like, I guess in a way, very like the pessimist in me is like, well, it had to happen at some point.
Yeah. I didn't want it to though. Like
No,
you know, and it's so
not.
funny because like the first month we didn't grow, I freaked out because again, it's not normal, but it was our normal. Like, and I'm talking like, you know, like 5K month over months, you know what I mean? Plus, right? And so to even have a month where we're stable, I'm like, that's not okay. And then to go to months where we're going the other direction, I mean, talk about a tailspin, you know what I mean? It really screws with your mind quite a bit when you are used to that level and then it just feels like it's taken away. And what's crazy is as quickly as you grow, you can go down that quickly, right?
And quicker.
And I don't want to continue that, right? So yeah, it's a lot of mindset stuff. And I am very like, mindset, that's dumb. Like, I don't talk about it. I don't want to hear about it. I'm like, you know, the best way to change your mind is do the work and see the results for themselves, and that will change your mind, you know? But it's been a humbling quarter for sure.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, talking like that bit, which is like, you know, you used to think about it this way where it was like, just do the work and then, but now you, I mean, having gone through it, I can see that it's like actually the mindset piece, like you almost have to get on top of that first, because otherwise you're going to be paralyzed in doing the work.
Yeah.
What was that? I mean, realization, transition, you know, I don't know the exact word, but what was that like for you?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's literally go back to Jenna. I have always been the type of like worker where I'm like, just tell me what to do and I will go do it like a crazy person. Like that's how I was in corporate. You give me a goal, I'm going to crush that goal and then I'm going to do 10 times because that's just how I am built. And it's so interesting because as I was like, you know, as revenue was going up and I was moving into a little bit of a different type of role, like more CEO, more big picture and all those things, I lost that part of me, right? Like we kind of gave it to someone else. And so it's so funny because, you know, the moment I met with my mentor and we were like, she was like, who are you? You know what you're good at. You know what you love to do. Go do it. And, you know, flipping roles with Lindsay and getting me back into the sales and giving me that like rush of adrenaline to be like, I'm in action and I'm doing the things. Now I'm like actually obsessively working, which I love. It like, you know, working our tool, in fact, right, is my happy place. So I want to be doing these things. And I think that makes a big difference, right? If you're in a position where you hate what you're doing, you're not going to do it and you're not going to do it consistently or get good results. And so I think that was a big piece too, is like getting me back into like the Jenna zone of what I love. You know, it's like now I'm like, oh, let's go. And I think that makes a huge difference. So for me, it's not like I had to sit down and be like, okay, you can do this. I'm like, wait, I get to go back into this? Okay, you know?
That's so crazy, right? This is an important thing because I feel like we get told a lot of things. Like for me, and some of this is more, maybe we weren't told, but we took things up along the way.
Yeah.
And, you know, being in SaaS, it was like hyper growth. And what does hyper growth look like? It's like building a team and et cetera. And to your point, it's like, well, if you're going to step into the CEO role, you have to XYZ, you have to like do these things. And it's interesting when you talk about this to be like, well, the things that we get to, like, are they always the right thing for you?
Right.
You know? So let's talk about that because I want to just debunk some of these myths that like, or things that we we feel like we need to do in order to succeed, or at least look like we're succeeding.
Right.
So yeah, because it feels like that was a bit of your experience even now when you were like, yeah, I'm now the CEO, which means that I have to do high level things. But you're like, actually, no, this is what's the best for the business is me doing this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's like when we talk about like scaling a business in general, right? I think like the standard journey is you start as a solopreneur, you do the work, you learn the things. Then as your business grows, you bring on a team member to delegate that work to, and you're expecting them to get the same results that you were. And I don't think that's often the case. And I will even say like Lindsay, who I love and adore, and she's probably the best team member I could ever have. She will even tell you, I just don't have that same natural sales skills that I have. And so we kind of placed her in that position because it just felt like that's what you're supposed to do. And I moved into those other roles where I'm, doing other CEO stuff. And it's like, I think there's just this idea that that's what you're supposed to do. And we see it in our own community all the time. Like people will come use group track. They'll start working their Facebook group, getting results, doing the DMing, all the things. The first thing they want to do is delegate it out. And they're very surprised a lot of the time to hear that I'm like, nope, I'm the one that's in the DMs. I'm the one that's working the system. I'm the one that's connecting with the clients. And again, I think it goes back to your point of like, sometimes we have to sit down and be like, wait a minute, what are the key roles that need to be filled in the job? And it's not just about, well, who's the owner, who's the boss, who's the whatever. It's about who actually on your team has the right skills to fulfill that role and get the best results. And literally, that time with my mentor where we were like auditing my business, it was glaring that we had just taken someone who we love on the team and stuck her into a role that we assumed, because she's been trained and all the things that she would just love and, go be a beast at. It's just not the case. And, again, I think one of the most beautiful things is not only is our revenue going back up because I'm in this role, but we're so much happier because I'm doing what's my zone of genius. Lindsay's doing her zone of genius. And it's like, how the heck did we not realize this before, But again, to your point, I think we get sucked into this trap of, well, you're supposed to just do this because that's what it looks like to grow. And I think that's probably one of the most valuable lessons that's come out of all of this is just re-looking at your business model and saying, who is the right person for the role, not following what we think everybody else is doing and what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. I want to get a little bit into the going back to basics because I know that you touched on it. So I think I know what it is that meant for you in terms of going back to basics. But can you just like really quickly outline to us what actually that was for you? What was going back to basics?
Absolutely. I think to put it in a few words, most importantly is human to human connection, right? I think in 2020, we could throw up a couple pieces of content. People were on their devices. They were looking for something to do and they would throw money at you, right? And we didn't really have to work. We just had to show up a couple times and then it worked, right? And so that was a lot of people's entry into this business is to just think, oh, I just do this and it happens. And that is not the way it works anymore, right? And I think that's why we love collaborating because it really is about the content plus the follow-up and the real service behind it. And so, it really is getting back to not this one-to-many model that we were also loving, but getting back to that one-to-one connection, building relationships, understanding your leads and their needs and what is going on, and not just giving a one-size-fits-all experience, right? So one of the strategies we teach inside of our group is called the white glove group strategy. And the idea is as people walk into our Facebook group, we're really going to uncover their needs and then say, oh, you're looking for this. Let me show you the content relevant to your problem versus, oh, you just walked in my group here, right? Like we just know and we don't. Mm-hmm. And so going back to like, hey, what brought you here? What are you looking for? And like really getting into the weeds with our leads is what we had to do, and building that relationship and like really giving them that very individualized support is absolutely the game changer.
That's amazing. And I do want to highlight your group. So can you tell people a little bit more about your group? It's free. So everyone go join it right now. But Gina will tell you where and what it's all about.
Yeah, so our Facebook group is the organic sales system powered by Group Track. And so basically, inside of our free community, we are going to serve you at a level that you've probably not experienced in many other groups. And the reason for that is we practice what we preach, which is actually connecting with everybody in our community, uncovering their needs, and bringing them to the content that is relevant to their problem. Because we want to make sure that you feel like you're served and supported, not just a number in our community. So what we teach in there is specifically how to organically grow your business on social media using strategy, systems, and skills, because all three of those are vital to your business. And so we teach you the strategies and the skills that you really need to find new leads on social media, nurture them in an environment such as a Facebook community, convert them into clients, but most importantly, keep those clients buying. And when you do those four things, amazing things can happen. And again, those are the four things that we are really focusing on when we talk about going back to the basics. And those are the things that we believe very strongly have enabled us to get those 2 months in a row of our highest revenue ever, without any ads or anything like that, but truly by just serving and supporting the people that are, honoring us with a presence inside of our Facebook community. So we would love to have you guys come in as well and experience exactly what we teach our clients to do with their own Facebook group members. And we have no doubt that you'll feel very supported.
It's incredible. So highly, I mean, Jenna and I are going to be doing a lot more together. This is how much I believe in her strategy and that we believe in each other. So definitely go join Jenna's group. But is there anything lasting that you want to say?
I think that here's the real truth. If you want your business to thrive in 2024, you have to pivot. I see a lot of people that are experiencing things like we have and like the other companies that we're hearing behind the scenes. It's happening, it's a reality, and you have two choices. You can either continue to do what you were doing, but not get the results that you were getting, before, or you can pivot. And again, thank goodness we pivoted, and we pivoted fast, and we figured out what's working. And we just are trying to get the message out to people that it is still so possible to use social media and content and connections to build a thriving business. But if you want to thrive in 2024, you absolutely have to pivot and get back to that relationship building, one-to-one connection, because people do not trust the market. They don't trust a lot of coaches anymore. And in order to get through the noise, you are going to have to be the person that they connect with and they really feel that trust with. And so there's lots of ways to do it, but you have to do it if you want to thrive in 24.
I'm really looking forward to this Uprising event. This is going to be so inspiring.
It's important to celebrate how we've overcome those failures, not just the successes, but how we came back from those actual failures or lessons that we learned. So I'm very excited to be a part of it.
My name is Ken Aspersley. I'm one of the co-founders of Ecamm Network, which is a Mac software company. Right now, our main product is called Ecamm Live. It's a live streaming tool, pretty much to let anyone on a Mac either go live, record a podcast, do interviews, much like we're doing now, all from the comfort of their Mac, while letting them use their fancy camera, a nice microphone, and have all of the ability to create scenes and run a show, basically, from their computer. All right, so tell you a little story about the company Ecamm that I co-founded with my twin brother. A lot of people find this hard to believe. We started the company technically in 1999. So we have been doing coding together as brothers since college. And we started out actually writing code for Palm Pilots. That did not last, as you might know. People were not using those as much anymore. And 2002, 2003 rolled around, and we have always been Mac people. Mac only. I've never owned any other kind of computer, and started coding some Mac tools. Now, at the time, I was working a full-time job in addition to writing those tools. So we started small, selling some useful little kind of utilities for the Mac. And some of them got pretty popular. Back then, people would either find those tools by Googling, how do I do XYZ? And then if we did our SEO correctly and we positioned it right, it would come up as the first result on Google, or an article about it would come up as the first result on Google, and they would click through and buy it. Problem solved. So we really never had done very much in the way of marketing. We had some good friends at the macworld.com who would write stories about and other Mac magazines who would write stories about the software, and word would spread, and we could rely on search engines and stuff like that. And so that was the company, just really the two of us, and we hired a customer support person to answer the emails and the phone back then, and things were running along smoothly. Fast forward 15 years, and we launched into a new product, Ecamm Live, with the idea that live streaming and video production on the Mac was going to be the next big thing. Now, at that time, the internet was changing. The way people find out about new software was changing. All of the Mac magazines kind of went belly up. I don't know why. Macworld wasn't really even a thing anymore. When this product launched in 2017, it was a struggle to get the word out, to find a way to get the message out about our product. I mean, we've made this cool tool, but our old model wasn't working. Nobody Googled, how do I live stream from my Mac? Because it wasn't something that they knew that they could do. So that method wasn't working. It wasn't really a general purpose enough product that we could have been written up in an article, sort of the What's Neat this month article in one of the magazines that we usually were mentioned in. And we were just struggling to find a way to spread the word about this product. Now you might be thinking, why should that be hard? Couldn't you just run some ads or do some press releases or something like that? But the long and the short of it was, we didn't have a marketing person of any kind. It was just me, my brother, and a customer support person, Midori. And it was sort of our job to get this product out there. So I think that a real turning point for the company was when we hired a marketing person to actually take charge of getting the word out about this software. And that might seem silly, but I think a lot of solopreneurs, or as the case of me and my brother, like a duopreneur, I guess you could call it, thinking, we got this small company. Can we afford, do we need, will it even be worth it to hire somebody to be our marketing person, or even have a marketing team? It wasn't something that immediately popped into our engineer minds, if you know what I mean. And I was hanging out with a friend, and my friend's wife was like talking about how she didn't really love her job at the company she was at doing marketing, and she was thinking that maybe she should, she was gonna try to find something new. And I was just like, what if you worked for me? And that person turned out to be Katie, who completely revolutionized the product, and among other things was able to get a word of mouth spread going, completely recreate our social media presence. I mean, we were a live streaming company that didn't even have a YouTube channel. So Katie had a real uphill battle with me and Glenn trying to get us to, make videos, produce content, do regular live streams, build a studio, really do all the things that were necessary for our product, which again, we had to market in a completely different way than we ever had before. So that was a real struggle for a while, though. I remember one day when we were just like, we were feeling a little bit destitute, and we just we're like, nobody knows about this product, no one's using this product. And I remember looking one day, just searching YouTube for the name of the product. When you Google, it's like Googling yourself, but you were Googling our product on YouTube to see, is anybody talking about this? Is anyone giving a little demo of it? Maybe they're doing a better job than us. And we can hire that person. And we found one guy who was giving a great demo of it with a big smile and this awesome British accent. And we reached out to him and said, hey, like, we love your demo of our product. Like, do you want to be more involved with our company? So it took a lot of courage to reach out to these people and be like, hi, we saw your video about us. It was awesome. Like, do you want to do more of this? We could pay you to do this. And that turned out to be a guy named Adrian Salisbury, who was instrumental in creating classes about our product, creating our first videos about the product for the website. And if we had never reached out to him, I don't know where the product would be right now. I mean, he really helped spread the word about it. And a second person we reached out to didn't end up making videos for us, but was able to introduce us to other people. He said, oh yeah, that sounds good. Let me introduce you to this person. Let me introduce you to that person. Here's a conference you should go to that's relevant to your product. And so it just took courage for us to get out of our sort of comfort area as computer programmers and reach out to these YouTube personalities and say, look, we need your help. Can you help us? A lot of people are just willing to help, just to feel like they're helping,
Oh, it's such a beautiful story that you shared. And, even when I think about now, I think it's going to be surprising for a lot of people watching this to learn that I think we forget sometimes how long we've been working on our businesses. And, a lot of people would know, almost everyone knows Ecamm Live, certainly that I speak to. And so it's going to be really, really surprising, I think, for people to see that there was a period in time when it wasn't, oh, Ecamm Live. Yeah, I know Ecamm Live. It was like, what are you doing? And what is it that you do? There was a period of time when that was the norm for you. And how long did that go for? Like, I know Katie, she's amazing. So, before you even brought Katie on, like, how long was that period of time that you and your brother were, and, your customer service representative was like on the tools doing, you're building, and you're there like, is this all for nothing? Like, have we just spent all this time working on this thing and it's never going to get out there?
There was some benefit that we saw right away as soon as we started marketing the product in probably 2019. Went from just a handful of users to quite a few users, and we went through a process of turning it into a subscription model, which was the best thing we ever did, because we can just keep making the product better and better, and we don't have to constantly worry about where our next dollar's coming from. The old traditional software trap of always trying to sell everyone the new update goes away, and we can concentrate on just improving the product, adding features, keeping our customers happy. And I can't really ignore the impact of the pandemic on the product's success too. We were perfectly positioned when that started to benefit from the increase in people needing to live stream. If we hadn't been positioned in a way that we were ready for that, we would have really missed that opportunity. It's not something I can take credit for, like, the pandemic, but I can take credit for, like, we were all ready to take off, right? When that happened, and
right place, right time.
And that you can look at the statistics and see that the day everything closed down, people started trying out our trial and getting going with live streaming, and we had to start hiring more people to answer the emails, create a whole customer support team, a marketing team, and start growing the company, but not in a way that we would overgrow. What's the better word for that? Grow like too fast and have to end up having too many people, like a number of companies that we've seen go to hundreds of people and then be like, oh, geez, we don't really need hundreds of people, it turns out. What happened after that was, you still might not have heard of it at that point. It was being used by a lot of churches, by teachers trying to keep their businesses going during the pandemic. And then the real explosion in popularity, I credit towards Katie and her team creating this online community. This feels to me like one of the greatest things that we've ever done for the product was make this. It's a Facebook group, and it really went from just a handful of people to I think there's tens of thousands of people in this group now. We have dozens of volunteer moderators who spend their time keeping the group relevant and dealing with issues on there, spam and things like that. And that creates this whole dynamic of community around the product. The shirt that I'm wearing right now, someone coined the phrase "Ecamm fam," basically to describe this group of people who are active on that community, and really make it feel welcoming, I hope, and a cool place to ask questions and learn about the product. If it wasn't for that, I really don't know where we'd be right now, because that's kind of our place to find out what kinds of things people want to be in the product next, to find out what's working and what's not, to actually connect with real customers and find out like how they're using the tool, to hear the positive and the negative aspects of it. And we have this place where we can access our customers directly. It's really, really special.
Wow, it sounds like really the pivotal moments for you is just when you were able to, I think you used the word courage a few times actually, have the courage to just ask for things, like, you just have the courage to ask Katie hey, does she want to work with you guys? Have the courage to then, get in front of these influencers like Adrian and others to be like, can you help? It sounds like that's a really common theme.
Yeah, I mean, it was really about going from a 2-person company or a 3-person company where we never asked for help, where we never relied on other people, to approaching these influencers. That's the word I was looking for. And then meeting up with them in person at conferences and conventions and really forming that human bond. But previous to that, our human connections were just to other programmers in the Mac programming community, which is a small, back then especially, fairly tight-knit group of independent Mac software people who would have little conventions. But we wouldn't connect with our actual customers. We wouldn't connect with influencers per se. Mm-hmm. And then that change over to connecting with the influencers, connecting with other companies, and collaborating on things like that, really took just a combination of the courage to do that and having the support of a team of marketing people to actually make it happen, set up take that work off of us, and just say, yeah, go ahead and do it. That sounds great, you know.
And before you even brought Katie on, was there a time when either you or your brother were like, oh gosh, we're going to have to do the marketing? Like, was that where it was headed? Or did you always know that, no, there's no way we are just going to find someone else who can take this off our plates?
And it's hard to give that responsibility away and trust someone else. Like for over a decade, we did our own marketing, whatever marketing we had. There were many years where we had a pretty good sized booth at Macworld. You know, we would run ads in magazines. We would, we would set up the 20 by 10 at Macworld, and we'd do that completely ourselves. It's not impossible, but it wasn't what we were really good at. You know, it was just kind of like doing it because we felt like we needed to.
You had to, yeah.
And like once in a while we'd hire someone to do a graphic design, and we'd be like, oh, I don't really like that. Let's do it ourselves anyway. But then I think this is a struggle that a lot of small business owners face, is giving away some level of control, trusting someone else's judgment. Like if you've ever read Tim Ferriss's famous book about how you can take your company from one person to being huge, is by taking yourself out of these decisions and these parts of the company that you're not especially good at. It's not your expertise, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's, it feels like the theme of this particular conversation is that courage, because that takes courage as well, to not just find the right person, but actually to give up, to be okay with giving up control in this part of it. So how did that make you feel? How did you go through that transition or that process of being able to give up control of a pretty big and core part of business?
I think, we just worked together on things for a while, for probably the first couple of years, with Katie, working together with us on marketing ideas, and then sort of gradually moving on to the point where we were only giving, approving things or giving feedback. Sounds great, sounds perfect, or maybe here's an idea. Still giving our ideas, but not being the one to execute the ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as like building a customer support team, which we haven't even talked about, that might have been the hardest, mentally, to give up the communication with the customers when someone writes with a question or a problem. Just forcing ourselves not to look at it. Like anyone who's ever, done customer support,
Yeah, you want to get on top of that.
Look, you want to get on top of that. No. That's their job. If there's something they can't handle, they'll escalate it. Things like that. Same thing with marketing. It's like getting to the point where you're no longer even 100% aware of all of the marketing that's going on. That was the weird thing. Someone would be like, "Oh, what's this conference you're doing?" And I'd be like, I think they said something about going to London or something. It's like, when you're not even really like 100% aware of, I'm sure they've told me, but did I really, listen closely enough to like
Yeah. But that's testament to you and your brother's leadership and, ability to, and that is leadership as well, right? The ability to find the right talent and hone that. Like, that's testament, because the fact that you can be pretty hands off even to that point is like, that's amazing. That's what I think all of us entrepreneurs aspire to.
Yeah. Being able to find just a few people who are good enough that they can then handle building their own team and make the hiring decisions of people they want to work with was really nice. And then and that way you're not, micromanaging each individual person.
Yeah.
And just to recognize that you don't need a tremendously huge team if the people are, productive, and if they know that if they feel like they need another person, if they need to hire a full-time contractor or another employee, that they can say that they know that you're just let me know. Like, if you need, I check in with them and I'll say, do you need anybody like else, or do you feel like the the workload is good, or they know that they have that support if they feel overwhelmed, that we could hire somebody else.
Yeah, for
but
sure.
We're not going to hire them for the sake of hiring them.
Yes. Now, I want to ask something about current, because, it was so eye-opening for you to go through, like, back, gosh, what is it now, 10 years ago? You started Ecamm, at least building it, fast forward to 2019, and that was when you kind of really were poised to take advantage of, what was happening in the world and take off. And now, I mean, we all have challenges, no matter where we are in our business. And, a lot of us can look at Ecamm Live and be like, well, you guys are like this big brand now, and surely life is rosy. Like, surely you've got it all figured out. What would you say to that? And are there,
as far as whether we still have challenges?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I would love for you to talk about, even in almost in real time, like, what are some of, are they just like bigger challenge? Like, do you see yourself actually facing more, like, almost higher fidelity changes as, your companies and your business has grown? Or is it just like, pretty much it is pretty smooth sailing for you guys, and you just get on and do the things?
Yeah, I mean, as the people who are inventing and designing the product, we can almost decide how much work we want to make for ourselves. So when, a couple of years ago, when someone had the idea for a Zoom integration in the product that we've just released last week, it was kind of like, is it necessary that we do this? No. Would it be awesome? Yes. How much work am I making for myself? How much stress am I making for myself? Is that worth, as a small company, do we want to take on this each new challenge? Like, or is it going to be just like stressful and make me want to, throw in the towel because of the challenges? Or is it going to be something that we'll be so glad we did when it's finally done, and it will then just be awesome? So you really never know what the result of those decisions is going to be. And from a technical standpoint, you can say, yes, like, completely possible that we do that. Here are the challenges I know we'll have. Working with another company, especially a big company, can be disastrous.
Yeah.
But we were really lucky. I never would have went forward with the Zoom integration if we hadn't had our contact at Zoom, amazing person, Andy, who, was able to really shepherd us through the process, there to answer questions when we had them, explain things to us over and over again very patiently, and then help promote the product inside of that company. If it hadn't been for that, like, it can be trying to just be sort of like trying to do an integration with a company when you don't have a good person on the inside can be almost impossible. But I guess getting back to your question, the challenges we face now are just like, what's next with the product? Like you said, we're just coasting along, but it's like we always have this giant list of things that we want to have in the product. That's like one of those to-do lists where you're constantly adding things to the bottom and you hardly ever take things off the top. And then when you go to remove something from the list, you realize it was never even in there to begin with. So you like add it and then cross it off.
Just to make you, yeah, totally. Yeah. I think we all know that feeling.
Oh, geez, I can't believe like Zoom integration wasn't even on this list. And it's literally just a shared note in Apple Notes that we've just been adding to for 5 years. And never seems to get any smaller. So I guess our challenges are like, what do we make huge moves to change the product, take those risks to spend what might be like half a year working on some feature that isn't gonna like double our sales or something, but it's gonna keep the product relevant, keep the product exciting, and hopefully bring some new people on board as part of the Ecamm fam who might not have known about it before.
Yeah. You have an incredible amount of, I call it like stoicism, where you're just like, yeah, super practical. Was that kind of, even as you were going through the early days, that struggle period of like, man, we only have a handful of clients, and I mean, if this thing doesn't actually take off, that's very little revenue in the door to be able to support most likely the business on an ongoing basis. Were you always like this, where it was just like, okay, well, cool, it is what it is, and we'll just figure it out? Like, have you always had this kind of approach, or did you have to hone it over time? Otherwise you'd go crazy.
I don't know, like, software is a great business to be in. If you look at who the richest people in the country are, they're software guys. So like, it's not a really hard business to just sort of like make an individual living in. And it was just a small company, just the two of us. You really don't need, if you do the math, a ton of customers to just sort of support yourself and whatever, keep your expenses really low. I remember 10 years ago, I might have told you, my main expense is my laptop, and my internet connection. There really isn't like, but then as you grow a company, of course, you have a lot of other costs that come in, and you really need to keep that in mind. But we didn't actually like grow the company until things were taking off. So we're not huge risk takers per se. But like you said, very practical, very practical about it all.
Yes. Yes, I love this. Okay, I am a huge fan of Ecamm. So I will, that's my personal testimonial. So anyone who is watching this, if you have a Mac, it is for Mac only, then you need to be on Ecamm. Like, there's actually no two ways about it. Like, if you have a Mac, you got to be on Ecamm. I literally, anyone who I speak to, one of the first thing, and they're like, oh, what would you recommend? I'm like, first question is, do you have a Mac? And if they're like, yes, and it's like, okay, well, there's no two ways about it. You've got to be on Ecamm. So for the free trial, Ken, can you tell us where the best place is for people to go check out Ecamm?
Just ecamm.com, ecamm.com, and there's a big download button. You can sign up and try it without putting in a credit card, and then if you like it, then you can sign up for monthly or yearly subscription. So it's pretty
awesome.
Simple.
Amazing. And we are also you'll hear about this, but we are going to be doing an amazing collaboration with Ecamm as well. It's coming soon. So we're going to drop some more details, but look out for that. It's going to be super awesome and a ton of fun, what we have planned with Ecamm. Thank you so much, Ken. This has been an amazing, amazing chat. Wow, I feel so honored to have been able to speak to amazing entrepreneurs who are building big businesses like Jenna from Group Track CRM and Ken from Ecamm Live. How amazing were their stories? I mean, let me tell you that I know firsthand how not easy it is to build a software business. And so I look up to both of these entrepreneurs and what they've been able to do so much. Has anyone else been in a position where you've lost a big source of income and thought, maybe that's it for me? Right? Overnight? Or have you ever experienced the helplessness of not knowing your exact next step to move your business forward? And you needed to swallow your pride and ask or find that help? Let me know if you've ever been in either of those positions, or maybe even both, right? Drop a me in the comments. And if so, what happened actually? I'd love to know your story. Did you solve it in some way, or did you rise from it? I want to celebrate you. I truly, truly want to celebrate you. I want to celebrate your uprising. So let's do that together. Let's put some clap emojis in the comments. Drop them in right now. And let me know, what has been some of your biggest takeaways? We've now heard from 3 plus myself, 4 speakers today. We are halfway through. So let me know, what has been some of your biggest takeaways from today? Because having the chance to speak to these 7 and 8 figure entrepreneurs is such a privilege. It is such a privilege that I feel so fortunate to be able to do, to learn how they've been navigating this entrepreneurship game that we're playing. And it's just as much of a privilege to learn from fellow players who are playing the content game with us too. Entrepreneurs just like you, just like me, who have such an inspiring content marketing uprising story. I wanted to spotlight right now Rashawn Heiliger and Emily Cleghorn, who were both at the end of their ropes with their content marketing, but turned it around into a season of exponential growth. Here are their stories.
My name's Rashawn, and I'm host of Motivate, Grind, Succeed, the podcast, and I want to take a second to ask you a question. Raise your hand if you've ever been in a position of burnout with your podcast, your business, whatever that may be. And I mean serious burnout. I see a lot of hands, which is good. I'm talking to the right people. All right, so let's go back to 2020, right? The year I first started my podcast. I did the whole remain consistent and push through. Where did that get me? Burnout. After 43 weeks of weekly consistency, weekly episodes every single week, like clockwork, I simply couldn't do it anymore. I was balancing this podcast, engineering school, martial arts, responsibilities at my church, and the ton of other things that I had going on in my life. Episode 43 marked the episode I was stepping away for a while. I was tired. I was burnt out. I was exhausted. And the fun hobby that I enjoyed, which averaged 0 listens per episode, every episode, by the way, felt like a chore. I got to the point where I honestly dreaded recording. I remember telling myself, I gave this a whole year and literally nothing. No listens, no downloads. I'm quite literally talking to no one. But that also means that if I shut it down, no one will know. So at this point, I'm pretty conflicted, right? Do I keep going with the show and continue to deliver this value, this content that I really feel like I'm being called to produce? Or do I just shut it all down and do I move on to something else? So I did what any content creator would do in this time frame, and I took a break. Nice little hiatus. From August 2021 to January 2022, I checked no emails, recorded no episodes, and I didn't even turn on my computer. I didn't even want to look at my computer. I took the time to reflect and ask God, what did he want me to do in this situation? And after a lot of introspective thought and prayer, journaling, all kinds of stuff, I figured the show must go on. But there has to be a change. There's no way I was going to survive another year doing the same things that I've been doing. So I did what I do best, and I went research crazy. And I came across a bunch, and I mean a literal bunch, of different software that claim to make my job infinitely easier. Editing software this, social media posting software that, and graphic design software over in the corner. You name it, it probably popped up in my research. And even though the plethora of software was great, my immediate need was a post-recording suite that was easy to use, had a low learning curve, cost-effective, and reliable. Because remember, I'm at the point where I am legitimately exhausted and running on fumes and a prayer. It didn't need to be perfect, but it needed to save me the agony that was crafting the copy for my show. And so I found a piece of software. This was going to be the last-ditch effort. It needed to work. Otherwise, I was going to delete the show and never return. Burn the bridge. I was that done. Just that completely done. The software that I had put my faith in was Capsho. I uploaded my episode with the promise I would have episode titles, show notes, blog posts, you name it, all done for me. I had serious doubts, okay? The red flag alarm was going off. The quote, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Ding, 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 it's going off as well, loud and clear. But at this point, what else did I have to lose? I was just patiently waiting with the hope that the copy that they wrote was going to deliver on its promise. And it pulled through. Ladies and gentlemen, Capsho pulled through. Instantly, I knew that instead of struggling and grinding and pushing just to finish one episode a week on top of all of my other responsibilities, taking legitimately hours to do podcast copy and depending on energy drinks to survive, I can now just upload my episode, click a couple times, and it's done. Once I implemented Capsho, my output increased exponentially. It became a streamlined and systemized process that allowed me to crank out, literally, I did the math, 4 times the amount of content in the same period of time. 1 episode a week became 4. Moral of the story is I'm glad that I was able to tough it out and stick with it, because now I can proudly say that I've gone from 0. You see that? 0. A whopping 0 listens an episode to now having an average of 100 to 150 listens per episode, and it's continuing to grow. In fact, I actually just had 1 episode pass the 200 downloads mark. First time ever. None of that would have been possible if I had quit in 2021, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Rashawn. This is my Uprising story.
Hey guys, my name is Emily Clickhorn, and I have been a Capshovian for the last 6 months. What brought me to Capsho was a recommendation by a trusted podcasting friend. So I started my show, Mamahood After Trauma, in late 2021. And one of the things that I have been working towards is growing my show, finding those ideal listeners and learning how to grow my show, because I've got big goals, top charts type of big goals. But how do you do that when there are so many podcasts? And I've been told you need to have a social media strategy for your show. And something that I struggle with is consistency on social media and learning all of the SEO bits and pieces. It was a lot. And I was feeling very overwhelmed at the end of 2023. And I was at the end of my rope. I'm not going to lie. I was at the end of my rope. And I was ready to give up because nothing I was doing was working. And then I started using Capsho in January of this year. And it has been 6 months of using Capsho every week for my weekly podcast episodes. And the biggest difference that I can share with you today is that I have more than doubled my podcast downloads over all of 2023. So in the first 6 months of 2024, I have doubled my podcast downloads for all of 2023. That is absolutely amazing to me. And my subscribers, it's been an amazing tool to help not only my podcast grow on the podcast platforms, but also my YouTube channel. So I am so thankful, so thankful for what Deidre and Bona and Ash have done with Capsho and the tool, the amazing tool that they have made it to be, and their service driven way that they operate. I love it. And I am so excited to see where my show ends up in these next 6 months. So where my show is at the end of 2024, because right now it is on an upward trend, and I am so thankful. So if you are someone who wants to grow your show and you feel overwhelmed with the show production, the posting on social media, the consistency, because that is the biggest component of it all, Capsho is for you. It will ease the overwhelm. It will eliminate the overwhelm, and it will help you grow your show.
Wow. Oh my gosh. It's I'm going to start crying again. You guys, this is this was not meant to be the brief. In fact, I think Bona was telling me when she reached out to these Capshovians, the brief was, hey, tell us your content Uprising story. And it just so happened that I'm so proud like that. Time and time again, these stories are showing that Capsho was just so core to that. So thank you so much for sharing your stories. You don't know how much it means to me to hear you say that. So if anyone does want to get the results like Rashawn and Emily and really have their podcast downloads start to grow, then you know what to do. Head over to beta.capsho.com, sign up for your free 14-day trial right now. And because when you do, then this is something that you can look forward to. Oh my gosh. Okay. So don't forget as well, use the code UPRISE24 when you sign up for your free 14-day trial, because you will then get 40% discount for the rest of 2024. And if you do that today, then you'll also get the replays of this entire event through a private podcast. So go into that right now, open up a different tab, go to beta.capsho.com and sign up for your free 14-day trial. Okay, did anyone pick up the words that flashed up when Jenna and Ken were talking? And if you did, can you put them in the comments? Because again, it seemed probably totally random when those words flashed up. But I promise that there is a method to all of the madness. So if you remember what those words are, put them in the comments and help out anyone else who wants to play Watch and Win as well. And while you're dropping those in the comments, let's play Spin the Wheel. Who's ready to play Spin the Wheel again? Okay, so you have to have been here live. Yep. So we'll reset the wheel, and yes, Doc, by the way, content and starts. That is correct. Those are the two words. And there were words before. So I hope everyone's building up the bank of words for Watch and Win. Okay. Back to Wheel of Fun. You know what to do, right? This wheel, it needs some power. It needs to feel the joy and the laughter and the happiness, maybe the tears, maybe the sloth. So can you put in the comments some emojis to give this Wheel of Fun some power to get it going? Put them in the chat. We want to feel it right here, and then the wheel will start turning. Okay, we want the wheel to start turning. So you guys put in the chat some emojis. Let's get it going. Let's get this party started. All right. I can see some. Are those emojis coming in? Are those emojis coming in hot and fast? I'm going to, it's like, it feels like it's stalling right now. It feels like it's stalling. I am going to get it. Okay. Here we go. I'm putting in, oops. Nope. That did not work. Let's get this wheel started. Who is our winner? You have to be here live. It is Alicia. You are the owner of this intelligently lazy water bottle. So congratulations, Alicia. If you're on here live, can you, Bona will reach out to you, or can you please reach out to Bona? Alrighty. Okay. So congrats again. Okay. So yes, content and starts are the words. So write those down because you're going to need it. Is the phrase coming together for you yet? Remember, the question you're answering is, what game is starting now? Whew, okay. Oh boy. I am so excited for the next few speakers coming up. Their stories are so phenomenal when we talk about turning setbacks into comebacks. And they spoke so authentically and openly about not only the journey, like what happened in the past, but also what they're currently facing right now. So without further ado, here we go.
My name is Austin Armstrong. I am the CEO and one of the 3 co-founders of Syllabi, which is a AI-powered video marketing tool that makes video easy from ideation to creation. There's so many failures a part of the entrepreneurial journey. I have been doing social media marketing for 19 years, and it really wasn't until about 4.5, 5 years ago now that I really started to gain a lot of traction in my personal brand, and that was on TikTok. And I went all in on TikTok. I was the TikTok guy for 2 years there, where I was doing public speaking. I was growing my account. I had gained hundreds of thousands of followers. And, there's a dangerous thing that comes from putting all of your eggs in one basket and only specializing in one thing. And in a blink of an eye, it can all disappear for you. And then, which is exactly what happened to me. So I was at about, the first time that my TikTok account got banned, I think I was at about 400,000 followers. And I just woke up. It was the entire source of all of my leads for my agency at the time, and brand revenue, brand deals coming in, and ad revenue, the whole 9 yards. And it was also where I was doing public speaking, and I had started this whole thing. And I woke up one morning to log in and check my analytics, as I have grown addicted and accustomed to doing. And I was faced with that dreaded notification of your account has been banned. And what a terrible way to wake up and start your day, is just a gut punch that everything I had worked for over 2+ years at that point was ripped away from me. The countless hours every day that I put into that platform, at that point, over 1,000 videos that I had created, all gone immediately. Now, I was able to ultimately get that account back. I've actually been banned 5 times, and now I had to start completely fresh again. The crazy thing is, like, I got so used to getting permanently banned on TikTok that it doesn't even faze me anymore, because it just happens so many times. But when that happened, I was really faced with it. Something that the error in what I was doing is that you have to diversify. You have to learn all of these other platforms. If you're going to go down an organic route where a lot of your business comes in from your social media presence, your personal brand, you can't just have it on one platform. So I really had to figure out. I used that, and I was so pissed off at the time. I was so angry that it was happening.
Yeah, when you got that notification, what was literally the first thought that went through your mind?
This has got to be a mistake. Is this a glitch? How could this happen to me? My content is not bad. I just share useful websites, and I still get angry about this to some degree. Like, I still don't understand why my accounts get taken down and the videos get taken down. But yeah, just anger, frustration, confusion. I thoroughly have read the community guidelines multiple times, and it's so broad, and there's no customer service. There's nobody that you can talk to. It's so frustrating to have something ripped away from you on rented land. All of these platforms we don't own. We put all of this time in and we get, free engagement and following if our content is good, but we don't own that at the end of the day. So it was so frustrating to deal with that. Yeah, very frustrating.
Oh my gosh. I can just imagine, because I'd literally like, even to be honest, I've not been banned from any, but like I've heard stories, and even just thinking about that happening, I think for me, it would be the helplessness.
Yeah.
Right? Like, to your point, like there's no customer service. They just make the rule. Like, it's not like you can talk to someone and be like, hey, can we just logically think through things and look at my stuff? And there's none of that, literally. It's so, you feel so helpless, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can appeal in the app, which is really all that they give you. There's a legal form on the website that you can submit, and then, like they'll review your account, and like there's so many, like multiple times I've gotten no, sorry. After further review, we've decided to just keep your account banned, and there's no explanation. They won't specifically tell you this is why your account was banned. Here's what you should have prevented. Here's what you can do again in the future. So like to this day, I have no clue. It's all best guess. I have no clue. And there's accounts bigger than mine and that share similar content. And there's accounts that, are very much more risky in a lot of other areas than the digital marketing oriented content that I put out there. But for some reason, I keep getting banned. And I have zero explanation of why. There is nothing in the community guidelines that specifically says this. It just, they blanket label it as integrity and authenticity. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean? So very frustrating. But it led to other successes. I mean, it led to, if I didn't go through that adversity, I probably would not have millions of followers now across social media, because the need to diversify wouldn't have been as strong.
Let's talk about that now. So that is kind of your comeback moment. You did mention, going through that ban meant that you were like, this is ridiculous. I should not be putting all of my eggs in this one basket. So what did you do? Because it's not easy as well, being on multiple platforms in a, intentional, like in a way where you do find growth. So what was kind of, what was the things that went through your mind, and how did you kind of come back from this moment?
Yeah, so I really started to dive in. Well, so what I was doing up to that point was I was reposting some of it haphazardly, no individual cross-platform strategy, and I dumping anything and everything. And so it took that moment to really say, okay, I wasn't gaining a lot of traction on these other platforms. Some videos would hit occasionally. Most of them did subpar. I had to learn the individual nuances of every individual platform. One of my favorite stories of this is my YouTube story, where it took me about 3 years to get to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. And then in 3 days, I went from 5,000 to 100,000. And up to that point, I had posted about 600 shorts on my channel. So not for lack of trying by any means. 600 failures, lessons learned. I don't think a single one went over 10,000 views at that point. And so I started every single day chatting with a good friend of mine, Jeremy Vest, one of the most brilliant behind the scenes YouTube coaches that not enough people know his name. But I got together with him, and I'm like, we're going to figure out YouTube Shorts together. And so we started every single day creating multiple videos, multiple styles, studying other content creators, studying hooks, meticulously looking at audience retention graphs, length of videos down to like the single seconds, and focusing on not posting every piece of content that I was creating, but only the most viral, broad-oriented content, testing different titles. And ultimately that accountability and coach and just having a purpose there worked. And so what happened was I realized that rather than posting random digital marketing, even though digital marketing was a niche, what really worked for me in particular was a listicle oriented content. So top 5 useful websites in a conversational delivery style. So it's like side profile of me talking to myself. And they're corny. I still do these types of videos. They're corny, but the information is really helpful in those videos. And so I only started uploading those videos every single day, similar topics. One exploded. It now has about 23 million views on YouTube, I think. That one video has generated over 300,000 subscribers. And then we dove even deeper, so I noticed my North Star specifically on YouTube Shorts is a 49-second video that I can get at least 38 seconds of retention on. If I can hit those very specific by the second metrics, predictably every video or more than 50% of those videos perform well. So that is my North Star for every single one. I know the opening hooks. I know how long every single clip needs to be in that video. And that is what's worked for me. And then just figuring out the other cadence on other platforms as well. So yeah, I mean, 3 years to get to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube. I now have 600,000 subscribers on YouTube. I just crossed. So it's still continuing to grow, but it's just hyper focusing on what is working and testing that grit and tenacity to figure it out. And now I have 1 million followers on Facebook. I've got almost 800,000 followers on Instagram, 600,000 followers. I'm up to 170,000 followers again. I just hit 100,000 followers on Threads, which is ridiculous. It's such a silly platform that nobody talks about. But like that mindset of figure out the subtle nuances of what works on each individual platform and then keep doing exactly what works on that individual platform.
And this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't talk about or deeply understand is like what you did to get to the numbers that you're at now is actually not something that the average person is going to do. Like we all love the dream, right? Of like, yes, I would love to have those many followers. But it takes what you did, which is not an easy thing, like super not easy, like one of the most difficult things to do to actually get there. So I just want to point that out because like, I know I can be guilty of this where it's like conceptually, I'm like, yes, I would love this. But then the reality of like what you needed to get there is so different. It's so different. Like talk us through a little bit of like what that actually took. I mean, I know you mentioned words like grit and resilience and tenacity, but like what, like why? I'm like, yeah, why?
Yeah.
Also, like what kept you going with all of that?
So I was fortunate enough to have found what I wanted to do very early on in my life. I've been doing social media since I was 14 back on MySpace, and I had a lot of success. I had hundreds of thousands of followers on MySpace when I was 14. And that's in a very impressionable age where your prefrontal cortex is still growing and there's outside praise coming in. Now because I've been surrounded by my business partner is a clinical psychologist, and so I've gone down that path of like DISC assessment and all of the tons of meditation, and I constantly like to learn motivation styles and whatnot. And for me, just being transparent and through self-reflection, recognition is my motivation. I like to be recognized. That it is what it is. And I seek that validation and I seek that recognition. I want to be recognized by people. I want to be recognized by people I look up to and peers. And I've known for now 19, almost 20 years, exactly what I wanted. And, I celebrate every win along the way, no matter how small, but I've never burned out because it's all I've ever wanted. And maybe I'm fortunate. I don't know. Like, there's so many years there, 15 years of, pardon my language, 15 years of eating shit. But you learn, you fail. Like, I'm a big Gary Vee fan, and he used to talk that way. Now he's a little bit more empathetic, I think. But you're so young. You're so young. Put your head down and just do the thing forever until you get there. And I'm there. I'm there now. I've accomplished almost all of my goals. And I still feel like I'm just getting started. But it's because of that clarity and knowing, and just, having, uh, having the understanding that all it takes is just repetition. It's just, every failure leaves clues. You can learn something from every failure. So just never stop. You want to work on this thing, just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. And I've never had a problem with failing.
That is
ever.
so cool. And the great thing about that particular story, because I want to transition now into, because I know that for you we're going to talk about two stories, but the great thing is that not only did you come back with even bigger, better, more more success on these social media platforms, but it also actually helped you create something that is amazing. We met, gosh, almost, I would say like 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. When I think you guys, you were just about to launch. We maybe had just launched, and your story has been phenomenal with Syllabi. So, but it's not, again, it's not all roses.
Nope,
so tell
sure
us a
isn't.
little bit about that journey, and specifically, what you're kind of currently going through.
Yeah. So Syllabi is basically the collection of my social media thesis packaged into an AI software. My entire mission of what I do is that social media has changed my life, and I just want to provide the tips, tools, and strategies to help change your life if you're willing to as well. And so, as an agency owner, I've worked in the agency space for 10 years. I've owned an agency for over 5 years. And I really just systematically took the approach that I took to help grow my own social media following and all of our clients. And we turned it into what is Syllabi. And when I had the idea for Syllabi initially about 3 years ago, this was pre-AI. I started working on this. I'm a terrible project manager, so I had hired a development team. Like, here's my idea. It started off as like a content strategy tool. Like, that's the biggest and most important part to creating successful content is being able to effectively do competitor research and develop a strategy that you can systematically follow. That was the first sort of idea and MVP of Syllabi. And I am very much in favor of build in public versus build incognito, or right? Is it incognito? Right? Or just say nothing until you launched, and it's like, here we are. No, I wanted to take people along the journey. So I built in public. I talked about the ideas. I did user interviews in public. I put social media posts out there. What do you think about this idea? Here's a tool I'm working on. What would you like to see? What features? And when then we threw up 2 weeks before we launched, we threw up a landing page and leaned into FOMO and collected emails for like a 50% discount. We got over 10,000 emails. So we proved the idea. I completely self-funded this project as well. And so when we launched, we immediately were profitable day one. It was a rocket ship. We actually got up to over the 1 million ARR mark in less than 6 months. Every single month was a rocket ship. I'm like, here we go. Nothing's ever going to slow us down. It's going to be perfect, and that's not what happens. It started off like, you gotta, spoiler alert. So we hit a point where, market saturation, how I was marketing it through my audience hits a peak because there's only so many followers that are interested in your product, right? Until it takes off. We're not the cheapest tool. We are a premium priced tool because it's a premium solution. It's not meant for everybody. And so we started there's AI tourism going around. So that's a big part of it as well. I'm part of the problem in that, I think, too, like where basically what AI tourism is people are trying a bunch of different tools rather than committing to one individual tool and workflow. And so we have a churn problem. And so we've been on we were on a downward slope. Now we're kind of level, which is good because we're able to really jump into like data analysis and churn reduction methods and cohort analysis type stuff, because we were kind of feature driven for the past year and a half. And now we have pretty much every feature that we've wanted to have. And so it's an ongoing problem. It's an ongoing struggle. This is startup life. This is founder life. This is entrepreneur life. You have to be okay with getting punched in the gut over and over again, but being able to stand up and learn from that, learning how to defend that analogy that comes through, and just never quit. But yeah, I mean, that's, we're all hands on deck right now, trying to, work on our UX, our UI, doing deep competitor research, deep customer conversation, bringing on outside consultants and experts. So we're working on everything. But yeah, it's an ongoing struggle.
It is so tough because, to your point, you've been growing, it was like explosive growth, right? And it's kind of, that becomes your norm, where it's like, okay, you can only go up from here, surely. And then it's like the first month that you drop, and the second, talk us through that when that was happening. Like, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, it's scary because you start to have thoughts like, did we scale the team too quickly? Are we gonna have to let people go? Or am I gonna have to, just full transparency, as founders, we all took pay cuts because we got to do what we got to do. We pay ourselves a salary, but we have taken less money for the time being because we are going to ride this out before we take any cuts from our employees or start cutting staff in general. We're taking the brunt of that. That's how we're trying to get through. But you're faced with scary situations when you look at your run rates and your projections, and in the middle of trying to raise, it becomes a different conversation when you're trying to raise and your numbers are going down rather than going up. Every investor wants to see straight up, and they want the churn to be zero, and they want every metric to look good before investing. But that's not really the reality. So you have to, paint that picture of why this is happening, what you're doing specifically to work on, improve that, how you can, prove or prevent or present without a shadow of a doubt that this is going to work. It's scary.
And is there any part of you, if you're open to sharing this, is there any part of you that, obviously when you're trying to raise and you're trying to paint a picture, was there any part of you that didn't quite believe it? And I'm not trying to say that you're being a fraud or anything like that, but these things go through our minds, right? Where we're like, maybe we're not that good, or because these objective things are happening, i.e., revenue's dropping. And so did anything like that cross through your mind during this time?
I don't let it. I so believe in the idea and what we've built. I think my only self-doubt is maybe it's not packaged the correct way, as good as possible. But I have zero doubts that this is going to fail. I don't think that way at all. And if it does, so be it. But I have zero self-doubt.
That is phenomenal. And that in and of itself is, I think, such an important lesson, that I'm definitely taking, but I'm sure that anyone watching this is taking as well, which is it's almost back to your first story about the grit and the tenacity and the perseverance and the resilience, right? It's like part of having all of that is that you just cannot doubt this path, this journey that you're on, and that you will come back from this setback. And you're in the middle of it right now, right? Like, I know that you mentioned, look, there's no like clean ending to this story.
Not yet, unfortunately. So, hopefully we come back to this. We'll do a follow up in a year and say, like, this is where we're at.
I would love that. That would be phenomenal. That would be so good. Okay, so but like, what are, because I really like that where you're like, you know what, like, I'm not going to let myself get into that self-doubt. Like, this is going to work. But what you said was it's probably about the packaging, or it's probably about the other things around it. So how did you kind of work out where to start and what to actually focus on? Because it could be a lot of things, right, that is going wrong. Everything from, are you getting the right leads to, is the offer the right, like, are you messaging it in the right way to, like, there's so many things. So where and how did you decide to focus your efforts on?
Yeah, so we're doing a lot of things. I mean, firstly, it just comes down to the users, right? Like, you could have the best product in the world, but if the users aren't using it or aren't sticking around, then something is the matter, right? So we have email automations in place to specifically set up calls with active users and churned users. So users that have signed up and that have canceled for whatever reason. And we offer them gift cards in exchange for 20, 30 minutes of their time, and just ask really specific questions of, what did you like? What didn't you like? What would you like to see improved on? And you get common answers throughout all of that. The more user interviews you do, the more commonalities that you see. And then if you see 10 people in a row mention this one thing, you work on fixing that one thing until that disappears from the user interviews list, and you just keep going down that traction path. The other thing that we're doing is going deep into data right now. So really looking at different cohorts, like groupings of people, what industry that they're in, how, during their onboarding process, where did they get stuck? How many videos have they actually published and scheduled? What are common drop-off points just in the data? What are the triggering methods that among the people that have stayed on 6, 9, 12 months at this point? What are the commonalities between those individual people from a data perspective? Are they all in one particular industry? Do they have all one particular use case? Have they done one feature that after they got to that feature, they realized that they were hooked and this was the tool for them? Really just looking at, because we are fortunate enough that we have a lot of users, and we've had a lot of users, so we have a lot of data that we can look at. And we do still have a lot of new trials coming in, so we do have a lot of old data and new data coming in that we can really study. And we're looking at hiring other external consultants. There's great tools out there like Clarity right now that you can hire on a per minute basis, experts from Microsoft, Google, startups in your particular industry, and ask them specific questions like, how did you resolve this churn problem that you went through? Can you help us go through our UI, UX, and get through? And we also have a continued learning culture at our team as well. So like, we just, for instance, bought a team package of Coursera. I'm leveling up my time. Like, I'm about to take a product management course. And we're, different people on our team, front end, back end developers, are taking UX, UI design courses. We're up leveling our team to run ads. So they're learning a bunch of ads, campaigns and whatnot. And we're just continuing to learn. Another initiative that I had started a couple of months ago now is, every week I hold a competition for the development team to actually go through and make videos. Because my philosophy there is like, they're not social media people. They're just developers. But if I can turn them into social media content creators, then we can turn anybody into social media content creators. And so just having them going through the flow, like they're, basically they get incentivized. Whoever gets the most views on social from a video entirely created and published through Syllabi each week gets $25. So it's just a nice little game, and we share. But like they share the video link, they share the thought process behind why they chose that particular topic, and they share feedback points of annoyances or bugs or feature requests, things that would make things easier, things that were confusing, and so we have that internal use case as well. So those are a lot of the things that we're working on.
That's awesome. That is so cool. And this is the thing, like, this is exactly what you're talking about. Like, believe in yourself and what it is that you're doing, and the rest actually kind of starts to fall into place, right? When you put the problem solving hat on, like you think about things differently, which is so cool to see you do. Okay, let's talk about Syllabi a little bit. I know you have a free 7-day trial for everyone to try. Mm-hmm. So can you, where should people go and what should they expect?
Yeah, it's syllabi.io. That's syllaby.io if you want to try it out. I really just took all of the problems and pushback points that I've ever heard or gotten from what's stopping somebody from being successful on social media, and we turned it into a tool. So what Syllabi essentially does is it shows you the trending topics and content ideas in your industry so you can make educated decisions on what content to make. It shows you search volume data, hashtags, cost per click, if it's trending up, if it's trending down, so you can make the best decision on what type of content to create. It then will write video scripts for you if you want. You also have the ability to type your own script, or you can use AI, and we've done all the back-end prompting for you. To make perfect social media ready scripts from my personal philosophy of what goes into a good script, and then creation of the videos however you want. So we create videos in a lot of different ways. You can make faceless videos if you want, sort of templated style videos that perform well. You can clone your voice with AI, so you can actually have your own voice in those faceless videos. You can make talking photo avatar videos, so you can upload a headshot of yourself or an animated character, and it moves the mouth and the head and the lips to record. Our most recent feature that we released is AI video avatars, so real clones. So you can actually submit a one-time recording of yourself, and our technology clones you. So it looks like you, moves like you, sounds like you, so you can create infinite videos on topics your customers are searching for without needing to press record. Or you can just take the front half of that, the ideas, the script, you record it on your phone or your device and upload that into Syllabi, and then you can edit it. We built a custom video editor, so you can actually, it's like similar to CapCut. So you can actually edit the video, add in B-roll, stock photos, music, anything that you want. And then you can schedule and publish it directly to your social media accounts. So you can link all of your accounts, you can schedule them out, you can publish it, and then you can actually track your analytics as well. So you can see all of your views, likes, comments from the videos that you've published in Syllabi, all in one dashboard. It's really meant to replace 5 or 6 different software tools, or at a very low scale, replace the need to hire a marketing agency if you're just getting started, or if you're a marketing agency owner that wants to work in AI and manage all of your clients in one place. It's an awesome workflow tool.
That's awesome. All right. So syllabi.io. Thank you so much, Austin. This has been amazing. Thank you for being so transparent and open.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm super excited about this Uprising event because I know how many people struggle online before they have their first breakthrough or their second breakthrough or their third breakthrough. I just am super excited to be a part of it.
I love the concept of this particular event because it's going to be real talk. And I think as entrepreneurs, we need to have more forums for real talk, real solutions, what's actually happening. So we just don't feel so alone when we run into setbacks.
My name is Richard Sheffrin, and I'm the founder of Strategic Profits. I was the first online business coach and coached many of the people that are pretty well known out there, from Ryan Dice of Digital Marketer to Russell Brunson of ClickFunnels. I think I'm the only online business coach that has $1 billion testimonial. I helped Agora Publishing go from 200 million to over 1.2 billion in a year, and have been online for over 20 years. All right. So when we're talking about struggle, I came from an offline world, and I actually was quite successful offline. I had a clothing store that became like the hot store in Manhattan, and that was really successful, and that moved into music. And then I had a music label, and that was successful. Then I semi-retired. Then I got into the hypnosis business, and that was successful. It grew from like 0 to 13.5 million and a little under 4 years. And then 9/11 happened, and it decimated my business. And I had over 60 full-time hypnotists on staff, and about another 100 support employees. And so when the business was in trouble, making payroll every 2 weeks was a grind. And in the hypnosis business is when I learned direct response marketing and copywriting and things like that. And so when I got out of the hypnosis business, I had decided I wanted to go online, because online I had this belief that I could have no employees. I could just leverage my copywriting and marketing skill and check emails from the beach. And so I got online, and I struggled immensely. I was a fat kid who had lost weight and got in shape. And then when I got online, I got fat again, because all I did was sit in front of my computer 24/7 trying to figure out and make things work. And I was married at the time, and we had just had a baby, and my wife didn't work. So all pressure was on me to kind of like make things happen. And I jumped from thing to thing to thing. And that was one of the mistakes I made. Back then, there was no YouTube, there was no Facebook, there was none of these things. So I was doing ebooks, and, I did one in the golf niche, one in the parenting niche, one in like getting a refund, one how to pass a drug test, all different types of stuff. And I really was not thinking the way I used to think. And I remember the days of working day and night, trying to do everything, trying to learn way too much, do way too much, etc., and not really making the progress that I wanted to, with the continual feeling of every night my head hitting the pillow, knowing that I wasn't any closer to really where I wanted to get to. And this probably lasted for over a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe even close to 2 years, where I really would be asking myself, what the hell is wrong with me? I feel like I'm smarter than a lot of these other people, and yet I'm struggling and they're successful. And it wasn't until, it's kind of interesting, because before we started recording, you kind of told me about sharing what I needed to share. And the breakthrough, while different, compounded. So, my original breakthrough was when I was writing in my journal, complaining about how frustrated I was and how I didn't see myself continuing down this path, that what I was doing was not sustainable. I was not really making any money. And I was going without sleep, gaining weight, totally just fixated in front of my computer. And the first real epiphany, aha, breakthrough type thought I had was that I didn't treat any of my businesses offline like I was treating my online business. That when I was in the clothing business, I didn't have any desire or inclination to design the clothes, get the clothes made, all of these steps in the process. And yet here I was trying to do everything in my little business, or when I had my hypnosis centers, or when I was in the music business. And so the very first thing that I did was kind of like list out everything that I was doing, everything I felt responsible for. And when I saw it, I saw how absurd it was. And that was when I saw all of this activity without much to show for it. What I also, like in my mind, where it leapt to was that I was under leveraged. Like everything, I got no leverage from anything I was doing. And when I started to take that perspective, I recognized that not only was the actions I was taking not leveraged, but the projects I was taking on were kind of forcing me to remain unleveraged, because a customer that I generated here would not be good for anything else, and so on and so forth. So but that epiphany stuck with me in my journal, like recognizing that I had to treat this business like I had treated every other business. And that was the beginning of a change for me. And that change then had me focus in on just ebooks, because that was what we sold back then, in the parenting niche. And soon I had 25 different ebooks, but they were all targeted to the same consumer. And so when one sold one, it set up a potential customer for 24 other ones. And that allowed me to be profitable on day one of like having another book made and another funnel made around it. And we grew from there. And what's interesting is that once I started to actually experience that difference in my life, some of my friends that I had met at seminars had asked me for help, and I started helping them, but I realized that they didn't have the same business background that I had. So for me, like, I should have probably never made the mistake. I made the mistake. I recognized it was a mistake, but I had already had, over 10 years of running businesses offline. And so it was easy for me to kind of revert back. But with them, they didn't have that. So it took me more to explain. Fast forward maybe like another 6 months or so forward, I started a coaching program. Jay Abraham, myself, and one other, the three of us, we created a coaching program because I was bringing Jay online. And so we ended up selling that coaching program much better than we anticipated, because it was like a teleseminar series and then a coaching program. And the coaching program came with, it was 6 months, and then it came with a free event at the end. No pitch, just delivering content. And I was the third man on that totem pole. There was Jay Abraham. He was the marquee name. There was Stephen Pierce, who was a big name in internet marketing at that time. And then there was me, who was a no name, right? So I did a lot of the work, but Stephen and Jay got more of the glory. And when it came time, and it sold much better than we ever anticipated, so we did numerous groups. And the very first group, their 6 months was up, and we had to give a presentation, right? We were going to do, Steve and Jay and I were going to be doing presentations all weekend. Now, Jay and Stephen had been on numerous stages their whole, for years. I had never been on a stage. So I was really sweating, like, what am I going to share with people? And so one of the presentations I created was based on that epiphany that I had, that breakthrough about how I was trying to do everything and how nothing was going right, and how the mistakes I made and what I did to change it. And that presentation went over so well. Like, it was the best presentation of the event. And I'm not just saying that because it was mine, right? It was better than my other ones, and it was better than anything Jay and Stephen, people were crying in the audience. Like, I hit them viscerally. And so 2 years later, when that partnership dissolved, Jay and I have stayed close friends, and we've been partners on a lot of things, but Stephen and Jay, they had a falling out. So that was the end of it. And that's when I started coaching myself. I used that same presentation from the stage to actually pitch my coaching program. And that's where I got, Russell and Ryan and Mike Filsain and all those people. But then I coached 2 groups, and I was like still an unknown coach behind the scenes, right? Like this is now 2003, 4, 5, right? And I had this project coming up with Agora mid 2006, and I had just finished a coaching group, my last coaching group, and now I had this 3-month window, and I was hoping to get maybe a dozen clients to work with in between this project I had starting with Agora in 3 months and the end of this coaching program. And so I decided I would write a report, a free report that I would post on my blog about the mistakes that I see people making and what could be different. And like I said, I was hoping to get a dozen clients, and that ended up going super viral. It's been downloaded millions and millions of times, but it was downloaded like about 30 or 40,000 people downloaded it like within the first couple of weeks, and then it just grew from there. But that put my name on the map, right? And then my whole life changed. So really, like when I talk to people about my life, not that I do that very often, but when I do, there is my life before I wrote that 31-page report, and there's my life after, and very, very different. Because, you know, within a month of me writing that report, like $3.5 million like came into my life, like through, you know, through people paying in advance for wanting me to coach them. And then another 1,000 people signed up for a $400 a month program. So that was another like $4 million. And then the numbers just like grew and grew from there. And I've had a couple of experiences like that in my life. I mean, so after that, I wrote a series of other reports trying to understand what I did that made it work so well. And I kind of figured it out after about 6 or 7 of them. But so that was 2006. So from 2006 to 2008, all I did was write free reports, and that's how I grew my business. And the least I made on a free report, I think, was like about $2.5 million, and the ones that were uber successful, like well over 10 million. And then in 2007, we were the first to live stream from a live event, and that we also had we had a promo attached to that, and that did spectacular. In 2007, I also brought the VSL to Agora because John Benson had invented it at the end of 2005, in December of 2005, and shared it with me, and that's why I brought it there. And then in 2008, I invented the automated webinar, and then we had another big kind of thing. And so I then retired in 2012 for about 5 or 6 years. And when I came back, it was the experience of the reports, like, because when I did the free lead magnet, no one else was doing that at that time, right? You know, something very basic today. Same with live streaming, same with VSLs. All the things I'm talking about now are very basic. But what I realized about when I leveraged them, they were not being used. And so when it was time for me to re-enter the market, those experiences really stood out for me as a way of helping other people find their liftoff point, right? And I would say that, like, there really is a tremendous power to bringing in something from another world. And I mean that on numerous fronts. So, you know, one of my mentors is Jay Abraham, right? He's been a business partner of mine too, but I certainly have learned a lot from him over my life. And one of the ways, and I'm not saying this this is not flattering or unflattering, right? One of the ways you could look at what Jay Abraham did was he took the concepts of direct response and introduced it to the entrepreneurial market, right? Like, so his whole like curriculum, like at least in the beginning years, was really a curriculum from somewhere else that he brought into the entrepreneurial market. And I did the same thing. I brought the education that I got from Arthur Andersen and Accenture or Andersen Consulting, and took that knowledge and brought it to the entrepreneurial market. And so there was a tremendous amount of benefit there. And it wasn't until I didn't think that, who was I to teach people how to grow an online business, not recognizing that I had grown many offline businesses and it's very similar, right? I thought I had to have certain chops there when really I didn't. And I brought that knowledge over. And then all of those like marketing successes were really bringing marketing tactics from other places in, right? And so there's tremendous power in being different, right? Like I've taught my clients for years, like different is better than better, because better is subjective. And it's when you're struggling that you have the least to lose by being different. And yet most actually grip on to being like everyone else at a time when it is actually easiest to be different. It's not working. So why not be different, right? So I know the struggle, and I know how easy it is to internalize that struggle, to believe that there's something wrong with you. I definitely had that experience and really beat myself up for a lot of things that really in other places at other times following other strategies were actually my biggest strengths, but misapplied with, you know, the amount of information available online, the different ways that you can promote something, all the different things that you could sell. All of these good qualities I had became really bad qualities, like wanting, like my drive for curiosity became actually info overload, you know, overwhelm, etc., as opposed to someone who is always seeking out just answers. And so I think it's, you know, I was thinking about this last night, totally unrelated to this conversation, but I had a couple of bad days recently, not anything bad going on in my life, just me not feeling at my best and really exploring like what's going on with me that I'm not, because I'm sleeping well, I'm physically healthy, right? And I, you know, a couple pages into this journal entry kind of hit some pay dirt. And I then went on this tangent in my journal, just how appreciative I am of my journal, because I don't know if I'm different, like we're different, or but like if I didn't have a journal, I don't know if I'd ever be thinking about these things, like more than a passing second. As like, I don't think about what's going on with myself very often, except when I'm writing in my journal, right? And that's why for me, like my journal is one of my most precious things, not my past journals, although I have a ridiculous number of them, right? Because I still have my moments of struggle, that epiphany, like all those things in my old journals. But this checking in with yourself, where are you at? Like, have you had a lot of nights where your head has hit the pillow and you're not satisfied with what you got done that day because you know where it's not going to lead to? Those kinds of things are, I don't know, like very, very valuable. And the other thing, it's great no matter where someone is at that they're here listening to this. My girlfriend, who I've been with for the last 13 years, she retired from private equity. So she was a hot shot, like on Wall Street, made lots of money. And now she was doing Airbnbs. And she was working in front of her computer like all the time, right? Like extremely frustrated, dealing with challenge after challenge. And for the longest time, I was trying to get her to like go to an event, participate in an event. And I was telling her to do that because being online can be one of the loneliest places in the world, right? And as long as she wasn't talking to and had a group of friends that were in the same business as she was really doing it alone. So it's like, wake up in the morning, get out of bed, go down to a computer, sit in front of that computer all day long, experience problem, frustration, end the day, go to bed to repeat it again. It can be a grind, right? And so I was like, my life changed for me the very first time I went to an event, because I made some friends. And then when I got out of bed and came down to work another day, at least there were some people on Skype that I could talk to that were going through this, like the same shit that I was going through. And when I hit a snag, maybe they had hit that snag before and they could help me or I could help them. But it turned this like very isolated experience into something easier, better, and something that like more of a human experience. I think it is very easy to blame oneself if they're struggling. And you look, if you haven't tried very much, if you're watching YouTube all day long, then probably the blame is in the right place. But if you're working really hard and you're not getting results, odds are is that you might not be working on the right things. And then it pays to take a step back. And I guess if we have the time, just one quick last thing, and then any questions you have. People used to ask me, like, you know, nowadays I have Steal Our Winners, which is based on, you know, this idea that a lot of the breakthrough that I had in my life and with my clients came from leveraging a marketing tactic at the beginning of its life cycle. But back in my older days, when I was doing a lot of business coaching, right, people would often come up to me and ask me, like, well, if I join your coaching program, how much am I going to be making in 3 months? And to me, it was like the most naive question, right? Like, I don't even know if you're going to be making money in 3 months. Like, how would I know what you're going to be making, right? And I wasn't sure, like, if that was a naivete about business or it was something else. And over time, what I realized, what I came to believe, not realize, because I don't know that there is any truth to it, just what I believe, right, was that people who were asking me that question were really looking for this illusion of security. And the entrepreneurial path is the path of uncertainty. Like, no business knows what its income is going to be next year. Zero, none, right? And so the illusion of security is that anyone can give you certainty about these areas, which are your business, which very few, if can, because it doesn't exist. The reality of the entrepreneurial path is the reality of uncertainty. And it's one of the reasons that even though I don't do CrossFit, I'm a huge CrossFit Games fan. And I'm a huge CrossFit Games fan because they don't know what they're going to be competing in. So the top athletes in the world have to show up and they got to compete. And, you know, oftentimes it's the same people that win year after year, but the way they have to train is just to be great at everything. Be great at everything, right? Like, because you don't know what's going to show up during the CrossFit Games. And to me, entrepreneurship is a lot like that too. Like, the truth is that you got to walk down the path of uncertainty. So how do you confidently walk down that path? You confidently walk down that path by having confidence in the skills that you need to get down that path, right? And the more time you put in, the more things you try, the better your perspective becomes. And as long as you're not jumping, you know, I think it was like Brian Tracy. I heard this from Brian Tracy. I don't know if there's any truth to it, but I liked it, so I'm going to share it. You know, the failure rate for businesses is like, you know, 1 out of 10 succeed, right? But the failure rate for an entrepreneur changes based on whether they're jumping from thing to thing with no relation, right? Or whether when this business fails, they move to another business where that previous experience helps inform them and have them make better decisions. And when that happens, the odds of having 3 failures is very low, right? Whereas if you just jump from thing to thing to thing, the odds are still more probable that you'll fail. So I find that, you know, most people start too slow and then they pull the plug too slow as well. But if you're active, if you're doing things, your results will let you know one way or the other. And if it doesn't work out, try and understand why it doesn't work out, then move to something one step removed, not 100% different, but either different customers, different products, but not different customers, different products, different way of selling, everything different, right? And I think eventually you move towards success. And I will also just say, lastly, that my thought about what the F is wrong with me is a thought that I know a lot of, I've coached a lot of really successful online entrepreneurs. I can tell you that I wasn't alone in asking myself that many of my most successful clients, people that have become billionaires, had that frustration early on in their development as well.
And oh my gosh, this is Rich, thank you so much, because this was one of the interviews I was most looking forward to, because I knew that you were going to just be able to share and teach. We would be able to learn so much from you. And one of the things that really stood out, even in terms of what you said, was like, it feels like it kind of never goes away in a way. Like, even you talk about your free report days, right, which to me was like, man, you were still really successful in definitely a lot of the things that you did pre that time, as well as post. But even post, I mean, and you even mentioned like very recently you had those thoughts of like, what is wrong with it? It doesn't feel like it ever kind of goes away. Am I right in saying that?
Self-doubt doesn't ever go away unless you're like, a narcissist or a sociopath, I guess. I guess you could look at the positive side of it or the negative side of it, right? Like, what I was going to say is nothing really changes that much. When I was poor, I thought getting rich would make me happy. It didn't. When I was fat, I thought getting skinny would make me happy. It didn't. These all made me happy for like a week or two, but and there is a lot of truth to like the problems that you come across magnify like as you grow, right? So I wouldn't say that my life is easier than like someone who might be struggling right now. In the sense that, yeah, I might not have the same struggles, like, and I don't have to worry about like having enough money to like, pay for my kid's school or my wife fill up the car with gas or something like that. So yeah, those issues are gone. But now like the decisions I make have a lot bigger consequences, and there's a lot of numbers attached to it, and it doesn't only impact me, it impacts a lot of other people who work for me and things like that. And so, it's like I had to get really focused to grow my business a long time ago. And had I not had to have gotten that focused early on, then after I wrote the manifesto and all of a sudden, like everybody and their brother was reaching out to me with different ideas, like I would have easily like gotten destroyed because I needed to kind of learn the ability to say no before that happened. Right. And fortunately I did, like, and stayed focused. So there's something that in every challenge I've ever had, like there's been something to learn. And I also would say that I don't know if it's unique to me. I don't think it is unique to me, but I've had a really good run online, over 20 years. And I'm really proud of like the products we've put out, the people we've helped, etc. And what I would say is probably like the biggest cause of all that has been maybe I don't think of myself as a very egotistical person, which kind of surprises some people. But there is one area where I have a big ego. And that one area where I have a big ego is that if I'm struggling with something, I assume other people are too. And it's actually something I used to teach a lot in my marketing courses. That which is most personal is most general. So one way that, like, you know, that first report I wrote, the Internet Business Manifesto that went viral, one way that, like, I thought about it was I was writing it to my old self, right? Like, because I knew the pain, right? And the people reading it could feel like I knew their pain because I was really writing it. I didn't know their pain, but I knew my pain, you know, and so I was writing it to myself. And every big product that I ever had was built on a problem that I had to solve. And the ego that said, if I have this problem, other people must have this problem too. So, you know, that, like, that like, I became, like, the cover of the manifesto was this diagram called the U diagram that became probably like the best graphic I ever came up with. But that graphic that people identified with was originally drawn in my journal when I was writing about what I was doing, right? So there are, I would be lying if I said now every time I come up against a problem, I get excited because there's going to be a huge windfall opportunity behind it. That is true. I don't get that excited about it though. But I've always had this belief that, like, if I come up against a problem, there are other people coming up against it too. And I think that that is a great way of looking at things, because we all are very, you know, people are like, oh, well, every good opportunity has been taken and there's nothing out there for me. Do you experience problems? If you do, then there are opportunities, right? Because when people experience problems, they're looking for solutions.
Wow, I love that. I got so much out of that. Thank you. That was, oh, I cannot express enough how amazing that was. Rich, I want to leave some time for you to talk about Still Our Winners, because all of this actually leads to, as you said, like how Still Our Winners even came about was really because of your journey and what you went through and going and trying to find the things that were working and being first to market with them in a sense. And so tell us about how you brought Still Our Winners to life and how people can find out more about it.
Yeah. So when I first started, like I said, I was a business coach, and I was always looking for things that I felt, you know, that I learned that were powerful to me, that had solved my problems, and bring it to the market. And I'm extremely proud of that. Like, it's one of the things I'm most proud of, that, you know, when the very last big kind of launch I did was in 2012. So this is, you know, 12 years ago. But I started that video with like, I said, if this was your normal video, you would see a bunch of testimonials and case studies, but this is not a normal video. In fact, on the right-hand side of this video, you'll see a button. And if you click that button, it will open up a new page with my names in quotes, searching Google. There you'll see over 100,000 pages about me. Go read them. You'll be hard-pressed to find anything that would dissuade you from wanting to do business with me, buy something from me, whatever. And now there's a lot less pages because I was retired for a long time. But that ethos, right? Like, if you're going to create a sale, if you're going to go through the effort of marketing well, right? Like, it is idiotic to not over deliver, because getting a customer is the hardest thing possible. And if you have people that are satisfied, the likelihood of being able to sell them again and again and again, much higher, right? So it's not only a, like, morality play, it's also just a good business play. But I've been very proud of, like, like I said earlier, pretty much there were very few things that I brought to market that were really original creations, right? Like, when I was teaching business, I was teaching, like, the best business concepts out there. I taught theory of constraints. It was the best. Like, that was a methodology invented by someone else, right? Like, but my choice in choosing those things was that I was convinced of its power, and I knew that people would get tremendous benefit from it. But then I retired, and then I came back. Agora Publishing bought half of Strategic Profits, and so now it was time to relaunch it. And I was really reflecting on my own experiences and those of my clients, and really the biggest pivot points in my life came from leveraging a tactic or strategy that no one else was using at that moment in my market. Not that no one else was using, but no one else was using in my market. And same with my clients like Agora and stuff like that. And so I felt personally that this is now like 2019, right? Like I stepped away from online marketing soon after 2012. But when I came back, I didn't feel like knowing business well gave you an advantage anymore. It just was kind of like the ante. You need to know it. It's ante, right? Like, but knowing it isn't going to be enough now to break out, right? And a lot of the stuff that I had taught over the years, like very effective at the time I taught it, gave people an advantage at that time, but now no longer an advantage. And so it was really important that like, I don't want to do anything where now I'm not selling stuff that I'm a big believer in, zealot in, that gives people an advantage. And what I came to was Steal Our Winners. Then the question was like, could I pull something like that off? Could I create a platform? It didn't start as a platform, it started as a newsletter, but could I create something where we could deliver strategies and tactics that are currently crushing it that most people don't know about yet? And could we do it consistently? And the answer has been yes. We now have over like close to 300 contributors. We produce 104 episodes a year. And the goal behind it, and people can, like, there's a free trial. It's $97 a month. It's $500 a year. People can, the goal is not to have every piece of your marketing arsenal be something that's the beginning of, like, that was just invented. That's not the case at all. What is the case, though, is that if you don't have anything that gives you an advantage, then you have no advantage. And if you have no advantage online, you will pay a price for that because you're competing with people worldwide for the same customers that are, ideal for you or an ideal for them. And if you have no way to stand out above those people, then you are at a loss. And so what Steal Our Winners provides are strategies and tactics that are crushing it right now. Most people don't know about. And that's where you can find that one or two tactic or strategy that really provides liftoff for you. For me, like the first time I ever got to experience that was with free reports, right? It was like pouring gasoline on my business. Like we more than 10x, right? And I've seen it time and time again when you employ something that is as powerful as that. Now, is every strategy in Steal Our Winners like that? No. But every strategy is working and is fresh. Now, whether or not anyone in your market is using that, that's what you got to kind of like figure out. But it is the raw material that actually makes businesses grow. And that is the thing that I think, to just wrap up everything that we're talking about here, what we try to do at Steal Our Winners is provide people a marketing advantage. And I think we're really good at it. And if someone needs that, then I don't know of anyone that does a better job of it because, like I said, we produce 104 episodes a year. That's 2 a week. And it's the best minds doing the best things out there and then reporting back results. So that is where you can find a marketing advantage. But in the bigger play of business, I would say that, business is the biggest game that you're ever going to play for money in your life, right? Like, if it's successful, it will be worth more than your house. It'll be worth more than anything else, right? So it's the single biggest game that you're going to play for money. And I used to have this client, Giancarlo, and Giancarlo was ranked like 200th in the world in tennis. Okay. I used to play tennis like competitively when I was younger. I am not 200th in the world. I am not 2000th in the world. I'm probably not even 20,000th in the world. Right. So if I'm going to play a game for money with Giancarlo, it's not going to be tennis. Right. Like, because that would be a recipe to lose money. Like, he would have an advantage over me. If I was going to play Giancarlo a game for money, I'd probably want to play him poker because I know I'm better at poker than he is. Right. Well, the biggest game you're ever going to play for money is your business. And you better have an advantage with that. And it could be your experience, it could be your perspective, it could be anything, but there needs to be something, right? And I find that what is missed in following someone else's method exactly, or buying a business in a box, or any of those types of things, is that it discounts the one thing where the advantage needs to come from, which is you. So my business is is reflective of who I am, and your business will be reflective of who you are. And you don't want to diminish that. You want to really accentuate that. And the really last thing I'll say, I know I say this too much, but just because it's rare that I get to talk about these things. The other big mistake that I see people make in their business, and if someone's struggling, this might be a reason why, is, and I made this mistake when I was much younger. They design their business around some mythical version of themselves that, okay, you as the entrepreneur can design the business any which way you want it to be. But most people, most entrepreneurs, when they think about their business, they think of some idealized version of themselves. Like, I'm a procrastinator, I'm a perfectionist, I have a lot of flaws, right? It would be foolish of me to design a business where I did not have those problems, like assuming someday magically I'm not going to have those problems, right? If the business needs me to be different than who I am, now I am putting a bunch of personal goals in front of the success of my business, right? So we had this product years ago. We sold it pretty well. It was called Outfox Your Flaws. We don't even have it anymore. I mean, it's an old, but it was based on that idea that, like, I'm not money motivated. So, but a business needs to be money motivated. So how do I build a business that is motivated by money when I'm not, right? Instead of me trying to change it. How do I, like, if I'm a perfectionist and a procrastinator, how do I create a course when I always want to keep working on it? Well, like, I have to sell that course before it ever exists, and I have to be put. And so that was my model. Like, I wrote the reports that sold a live coaching program that totally didn't exist. Then I was under the gun to have to get it done every Wednesday by 3 p.m. and I'd finish at 2:59 p.m. Right. But that's what was necessary for me to get it done. Right. And my point is that you might be trying to force. It's your business, you make the rules. That's one of the benefits of owning a business. And if you've never reflected on who you really are and what traits you have that give the business some positives, but also what traits you have that give the business some negatives, and then try and design around that, then you're not leveraging one of the biggest benefits that you get from owning your own business, which is that you can build the world around yourself to get the best outcome. And the mistake that people make is designing a business around themselves, thinking that they somehow magically do not have the same problems that they've always had, that they're somehow magically going to get rid of those problems. Those problems will not be gotten rid of. My therapist has told me this is a cop-out for not having to change. And I was like, this is a cop-out for not having to change, not necessarily not wanting to change. But it is a mistake I see a lot of people still make. Like, you make the rules, you can design the business any way you want, and there's no character flaw that cannot be designed around.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad, Rich, that you kept saying this is going to be the last thing, because everything that was meant to be the last thing has just been. I'm literally like sitting here going, there are so many things that I know that I can do better, like that I've learned and can now actually take away and be like, yeah, how do I actually build a better business? Like, this is the purpose of this event. It is, how do we just all rise up together? And learning from someone like you, Rich, has been invaluable. Thank you. Where can people go to check out Still Our Winners?
Someday they'll be able to go to Steal Our Winners. We own that site, but we've never made the domain there. So the name of my company is Strategic Profits. So it's Strategic Profits. And that's where you can find Steal Our Winners. So strategicprofits.com.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Oh my gosh, how real were those stories that you just heard. From Austin, who is relatively early in his journey with Syllabi, found amazing success, like literally exponential growth, and like many SaaS founders, is now facing a churn challenge, which I know and he knows that he will rise from. And Rich Sheffrin, who, boy, oh boy, he has quite a journey, doesn't he? And shared so much that we can learn from. Can you drop some of your biggest takeaways so far from this event in the comments? Like, please let us know what you've been learning so far, because I am actually really, really looking forward to sharing those takeaways with our speakers. They're going to be so touched with what it is that you've been able to learn and take away from this event already. Now, we are more than halfway through this event. In fact, we have 2 more keynote speakers to hear from. But before we do, I wanted to spotlight a couple of Capshovians who I am so thrilled to see playing and absolutely crushing the content game. We have Gloria Rand and Willa and Wesleya, who are going to share their very different but equally relatable content marketing stories, struggles that I think we've all faced or are currently facing in our content marketing, and how that turned into a moment of uprising for them. Here are their stories.
I am Gloria Grace Rand, host of the Live, Love, Engage podcast. And a couple of months ago, I was really struggling with posting on social media to promote my solo episodes of my podcast. I had no trouble being able to come up with content to promote my guests, but when it came to my own, I was not consistent. I love doing my podcast and I love doing my own solo episodes, but if I wasn't promoting them and using it as a way to attract more listeners and subscribers and ultimately clients, then it's almost like I was just spinning my wheels for nothing. So I was overjoyed when I saw that Capsho, their new beta version, was actually focused on helping their clients with this 4-post strategy. And oh my gosh, it was like night and day. When I looked at what they were giving me, it just made it so much easier for me to now not only create the content, but also actually get it published. And I love being able to go in there and make the tweaks, which are minor because it is really, the AI has gotten so good at being able to pay attention to my voice, since I was able to train it on my voice, so I don't have to do too much to it. But the real game changer was the community post, because not only do they give you one suggestion, not only do they give you 2 suggestions, they give you 3 different ideas for also the different platforms: Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. And they're all a little bit different, tailored to that social media network. But I love being able to have that idea starter, because when you're staring at a blank page or a blank computer screen, it can be very daunting and you don't know where to start. But now Capsho is giving me ideas of where to start. And now I've been able to create that content and get it out there. And I'm getting engagement. I mean, just the other day, I had somebody who actually took me up on that call to action one. So that's been huge. So thank you so much, Capsho. I am so grateful for these wonderful changes you've done, and I look forward to more.
A point in time when we felt unmotivated, drained about our content creation was during a time when we had an identity crisis.
Yeah.
My name is Wesleya Eccles.
And I am Willa Williams.
And we are the co-founders of Trinity Financial Coaching and the co-hosts of the Wealth and Wisdom Together podcast. And we help women tap into their steward identity so they can reach financial fulfillment, which is managing money with confidence, living life with purpose, and building wealth with intention. Yet, we had an identity crisis.
Yes, we did. And that identity crisis came when we transformed our messaging from where we started. we started in the church. And so we wanted to expand so that we could help more women. First, we became radio hosts. Then we became podcasters. And our dream was to help women with one-on-one coaching. And so here we are now. We're great podcasters, had a wonderful radio show, but our messaging was not bringing engagement nor conversions. So Capsho entered our lives.
Yes.
That was the beginning of our resurrection.
So every time you would see our social media, it would say, listen to the podcast, listen to the podcast, listen to the podcast. And so like Willa said, the engagement, the conversion, we didn't have that. We weren't experiencing that through the podcast.
Right.
Since we've partnered with Capsho and NextGen, they have shown us, they have given us a framework and a plan that we now use, where not only can we engage you to listen to the podcast, but we can also engage with you about the importance of financial coaching and take that messaging so that you can apply it, so that you can receive the most impactful service that we have, which is the one-on-one coaching. So I am so grateful for Capsho and NextGen and the team, everyone who has provided this product for us to use, because it's really helping us be more confident, more consistent with our content marketing.
And one of the things that I really like about Capsho NextGen is that when we provide material to them, the platform sends us back content and messaging in our own voice.
Yes.
So it has made things so much easier for us. It's just been great. All I can say is that it has been so wonderful to be able to know that I'm uploading a video or uploading audio. I'm getting back messaging that's going to speak to the ladies that we want to talk to, that's going to bring the message that we really want to have, and that's going to bring in conversions and engagement. I just love it. I love the team. I love Deidre. I love Bona. I love Ash. I met them. It's been wonderful. We just appreciate having the opportunity to be in Capsho Club. And I encourage you, if you want to become unburdened and unstuck,
and experience an uprising in your content.
Yes, join the team.
Yes.
We're here for you.
Oh my gosh. You all three ladies, Gloria, Wesley, Willa, we just I cannot say how much I appreciate you all. You guys like seriously are the reason why we do what we do. It's not an easy game, right? Playing this entrepreneurship game, but when we can serve people like you, then that just makes everything 10 times easier for us. So thank you. And so for anyone else who's watching this, if you're not part of Capsho, we're actually launching Capsho NextGen right now. It's beta.capsho.com that you can go to, sign up for your free 14-day trial, because when you do, then you can experience something like this. All right. So that particular feature is our developers are literally working on that right now. So it's imminent. It's coming soon, you guys. So definitely watch out for that. I'm so excited to bring that to you. And don't forget, when you sign up for your free 14-day trial, then get the 40% discount that will last until the end of the year, until end of 2024, with the code UPRISE24. And if you do that today, you will also receive the audio replays of this event via a private podcast. So go and do that right now, right? Open a new tab, beta.capsho.com, and sign up for your free 14-day trial. while. Now, did anyone pick up the words that flashed when Austin and Rich were talking? Did anyone pick that up? If you did, put them in the comments because you're going to want to know them to play Watch and Win, which if you play Watch and Win, then you will... Oh, do we have the QR code? Maybe we'll put the link in the comments. Watch and Win, you want to get in on that, and you will, because you get a free prize just by entering. So did anyone pick up the words? Did anyone pick up the words that Austin and Rich were that showed up when Austin and Rich were talking? Put them in the comments. Okay, so right now, let's get the energy levels up for anyone who's been with us. Because I know that, we all go through the lull. We probably had lunch and right now our bellies are full and, we might want to be doing some star jumps or something. But instead, we are going to play Spin the Wheel. Okay, so if you're here, you know what to do. You know what gets the wheel spinning. Drop those emojis in the comments because that is what gives the wheel its power. All right. Yes, we have some sloth emojis being dropped. And let's get this wheel going. And for the lucky winner, you will get a Monty mug. A Monty Sip Inspiration mug. Kira, okay, if you're here live, congratulations, you have gotten the mug. All right, cool. Okay, so we are in the home stretch. We are in the home stretch, you guys. I see Doc. It's only 9 a.m. where you are. Yes. You've been a trooper, Doc. Well done. Like this is, you've been going up since the early morning. All right. So if you caught the words, I believe it was marketing and game were the words that flashed up when yes, congratulations, Kira, when Austin and Rich were talking. Okay, so write those words down. It's starting to come together, the phrase? So there's only 2 more words left. And remember the phrase when you put it, it's jumbled currently, but when you put it together, it's going to answer the question, what game is starting now? All right. Okay. Oh boy. I'm so excited for the next 2 speakers coming up. Their stories are absolutely phenomenal when we talk about turning setbacks into comebacks. So without further ado, here is Phil.
Hey, I'm Phil Mershon. I am Director of Experience for Social Media Examiner, and I'm the founder of Unforgettable Experiences and the author of the book, Unforgettable. All right, so my rising story has to do with the book that I wrote. It's right here. It's called Unforgettable, The Art and Science of Creating Memorable Experiences. And I would say that the story of writing this book was unforgettable and much like my entrepreneurial journey. So when I was in grad school, I had a professor say, Phil, you're going to write multiple books someday. And I didn't believe him because when I was in college, the last thing I wanted to do is write. I was an economics major, so I would not have to write papers, and I didn't believe that I could ever write anything that people would want to read. So when in grad school, 10, 15 years later, whatever that was, I was like, yeah, sure, go ahead and say that. I can write papers, but books, no way. Well, 15 years after that, roughly, I started to think, well, maybe I could write a book. What would I write about? And I got permission from the CEO of Social Media Examiner to start writing a book. So I started throwing ideas into a Google folder. And I said, yes, I'm going to write a book. And then I got someone who was willing to come alongside me and help me self-publish the book. So he said, well, what are you going to call it? And I came up with the title that has stuck to this day. He helped me to create a cover, but I had no idea what to write. It's like, I don't have the confidence of what to write. Who's going to listen to me? I'm not sure how this all fits together. So this is roughly 2017, 7 years ago now, that I'm starting to have these thoughts and I'm throwing things. I'm interviewing people, having interesting conversations, and have a lot of really interesting ideas. And then I finally came on the big idea. The big idea was going to be, I'm going to teach people how to make time stand still. And I know I can't stop the sun, but that feeling where everything else in life doesn't matter right now, except for what's happening right here in this conversation or in this session or at this event. And when powerful events create that experience. So that was what it was going to be. And I started working on it. And then I hit my first wall. I realized, oh, I actually can't do this. I interviewed the artistic director of a musical where I first got the idea, and his name is Wayne Bryant. And I assumed that he was doing things to make these moments happen at a musical that I was going to be able to learn from. And when he said, no, I don't do any of that stuff, Phil. All I do is just try to tell a great story. It was like someone had poked a pin in my bubble, in my balloon. All the air evaporated, and this theory that I had that this could be manufactured, it disappeared. I'm like, oh no, what do I write about now? My main idea can't be a main idea anymore. It's still a goal, but it's not the main idea. I can't teach that. So it sent me into some doldrums, and I've got cycles of depression. I've never been diagnosed with any kind of manic depressive illness, but it's in my family. So I'm pretty sure at least it's in my bloodstream. So I went through these creative depressive cycles. And so I just stepped back and stopped writing. And I was like, I don't know what I'm going to write about. And then it was probably, 12 months later, someone said, Phil, what you need to do is you need to write your book proposal and get clear in your brain. What's this book going to be about? So I took Michael Hyatt's course on how to write a book proposal. And then I was like, oh, now I got it. And I actually went to a conference where Michael Hyatt was speaking and ended up sitting directly next to an editor who is now my publisher, and told her about my book. Now, this is 2 years after I started working on the book. Okay. So we're in 2019. And I told her I had a book proposal. She said, send it to me. And within a month, I'd signed with Morgan James. Woo woo! Now I'm officially signed to be a book author. I'd written this proposal, and now I have to write the book. And so I got some coaching, and my editor coached me, and I started working on it. And I even got my full-on editor lined up and was just making progress. And then the pandemic hit. And the book that I was writing was no longer relevant. And no one wanted to learn about in-person events. I didn't want to write about in-person events. And I'm thinking, man, by this point, I've spent $10,000 to write this book. All right. So I've sunk a lot of time and a lot of money into this endeavor of writing a book. I'm not going to just let it go, but I'm also like, this doesn't make sense. So during the pandemic, I actually started working on a whole different book. Anyone relate in your business? You've got this plan, and then all of a sudden you're like, I don't think that's working. I'm going to go do something else instead. So I started working on something else instead, did this 90-day gratitude challenge. And there's a book in there, but I don't know who the book's for, but it distracted me from the book that I was supposed to write. Okay. And so after that was done, I went back to my editor, and this is now in, I think, early 22. And I said, hey, you think the world is ready for a book about in-person events? And they said yes, because by the time it comes out, they knew it'd be sometime in 23. We need it. So I went back to my primary editor and I said, okay, help me. What do I write about? And she said, well, just start writing. And I got this crazy idea. Again, we do this in business, of writing a whole different book on why you shouldn't have events. That was what I was going to use this parody of how to break your event was going to be the thesis of the 10 ways to break your event. And I thought it would be really funny and people would read it. Well, then I started writing it. I had tens of thousands of words along that line. And then all my friends said, Phil, no one's going to buy that book. Yeah, it's funny, but who would want to buy a book on how to break your event? Even though it's a great tool, maybe it's a great blog post, but it's a terrible idea for a book. Then I'm crushed again. Like, oh no, I've been spending all these months writing. So I went back to the editor and she said, okay, Phil, here's what you need to do. You can take everything that you've got, print it all out, throw it out on the floor, make sticky notes, and see if you can come up with an outline for your book, because you've lost your vision. And again, this has happened to me in business. It's happened with the book. So I'm sharing this as a metaphor. I've done this so many times in business, and it's why I've never created the level of business that I want, because I have all these false starts. I start something and it's not working and I don't respond well. I either stop or I go do something else. And through the season of writing this book, that happened multiple times. Well, finally, she helped me get that outline. And then she told me the most important thing, and I think this is a principle everyone can learn from in business too, is she said, now I want you to start super small, smaller than you think. It's kind of like Atomic Habits, where he tells you to have a 1 or 2 minute thing that you can do that can get momentum. She said, I want you to write for 7 minutes. That's it. I want you to start writing for 7 minutes a day and set the clock, and don't let yourself write any longer. Now that you've got an outline, you just start writing to the first chapter and just start writing for 7 minutes. And after a couple of weeks, 7 minutes felt short. So I increased it to 10 and 12 and then 14, and eventually it was 20. And then after, a month, I was probably up in the 45, and I didn't have to count the clock anymore, because then I didn't have enough time. I was focused and I was disciplined, and I finally got there. And so the stopping and starting and trying different things along the way is definitely a metaphor for the work that I do in business and coaching now, that, a few years later. So get a book. Now, what are you going to do with the book? Like, that's, when you first start out writing a book, you want to write a book to say, hey, I'm an author. I'm actually a 2-time author already, Deirdre, because while I wrote this book, my editor said, hey, I've got this other book. Do you want to contribute to it? So I'm a 2-time author. The second book, I don't know how many it sold. It doesn't matter to me. It's just kind of cool to say that I've been published twice already. But, the getting clear on who am I for? What do I have to offer them? Those questions were unclear in my mind until I wrote that book proposal. That book proposal was probably the most helpful thing that happened to me, because before that, I wasn't real clear who's out there, who's the competition, what is my unique point of view, how does that work? But then when you throw a pandemic, and that could be anything, that could be a health scare in your family, it could be something else that happens that all of a sudden you lose your way. You forget why you're doing what you're doing. And I think that's probably where my uprising comes out of, is finally getting clear who I serve and what I have to offer them, and then hearing back from them. So this is probably like the validation point for me, is now that the book is out in the world, occasionally someone will share a post where they've taken the book on a vacation or to the beach or wherever, and they'll hold up a picture of the book, and they'll say, I just spent the last 2 days reading this book and taking pages and pages of notes that I'm going to apply to my next event. When I start looking at who those people are who did that, I'm starting to see, wow, those are the people that I wrote this for. Those that are the people that I can serve.
So that was, I think you mentioned it was like 6 years in the making,
Yes.
that book, which is crazy when you think about, in absolute terms. That's a long, long time. And I know that you were mentioning that through that process, there were some invasive thoughts that, you were battling with as well. Things like, who am I to write this book? Like, who's going to listen to me? Talk to us about some of those things that were happening along the way of you trying to get this book out.
If I went and read people on LinkedIn in particular who have been in the event industry a lot longer than I have, I would frequently wonder, what do I have to share? Do I really know more than these people? And the answer is probably not. I don't have the degree or the certifications that a lot of these people have in the event industry. I purposefully chose not to do it because I felt like I had a different perspective because of it. But it did make me feel inferior and wonder, are they going to respect? And then, and through that process, I had to remind myself, well, I'm not actually writing it for them. They do know more than I do in their context, but the people I'm writing for would probably not even go and ask any of those people to help them with their event. I'm writing for to be honest with you, I'm writing for the people like you out there, Deirdre, people who run events who maybe don't have an event planner on staff, people who are coaches who are putting on their own events, or people who are in the marketing department, are responsible for an event, and they don't have an events team at their company. They're having to hire it out, and they don't know how to think about it strategically. Like, those are the people who I'm writing this book for, people who aren't in the traditional event industry, but they do events as an important part of their business. And it required me to get clear on that and remember who I'm for. And then that whole thing is, you're not for everyone. but you are for someone. And so my story, and that's what my book ends up being, is a lot of stories and some frameworks. My stories and my frameworks are going to help some people. It doesn't have to be what some people said, this is now the event Bible we've been waiting for. Like there's all this marketing stuff in there that's like, really kind of funny. That your friends say these great things about you when they write their endorsements. But truly, that helped me when I hit up against some of those walls. But I definitely have the imposter syndrome that was encountering me all along the way. And if I didn't have that daily discipline of having a vision, okay, this is the outcome of the book, and I do have something unique to say. And along the way, I wrote some articles that got some pretty good responses on LinkedIn that became chapters in the book as test, kind of testing ideas out. It's like, okay, I can write. People like the way that I write, and I can write clearly. And there is a package here that has emerged in something that even when I started, I didn't have. All those things gave me confidence to overcome those moments of doubt, those moments when I'm just not feeling like it. There's so many days when I didn't feel like writing. And that's where I could even say, you know what, 15 minutes is good enough. You don't have to do the 45 minutes today, but just do something. Keep moving, just like I tell myself in my body. And so those were some of the ways that I overcame it, but there were some dark nights for sure.
I mean, I don't know about your experience now. I know that you mentioned that it gives you a bit of a thrill when people are, posting about the fact that they're reading the book and, they hear the takeaways that they've gotten. I've got my own book here, and I still get the imposter syndrome. Like even now, when I hear that someone's like just bought my book, or they're what I literally my reflex thought is, oh my gosh, I hope that they're going to find it useful or helpful, or I hope that I hope they don't like find out that I wrote it like in a weird
right. You know what the best day was for me, Deirdre? The best day was when I got a non-5-point review on Amazon. I think they gave me a 3, and they didn't even say why. They just didn't give it a 5. I was like, good. Now I don't have to be perfect anymore.
Oh, that's it almost takes the pressure off from you.
Well, and I think people who know us are almost always going to give us a 5 because they know us. They're not going to say anything negative about us. When it gets out to people that you don't know and they can give you an honest review based just on what you've written, then it's more real. Of course, they don't have the context, the benefit of knowing me, which I think is part of anything we put out there to the world is part of who we are. And if they don't have that, then they're judging just a small element, and they're saying your baby's ugly, I don't enjoy that kind of critique, and I've received my share of that over the years for sure. But yeah, there's something about, your book out there wondering, are they going to like it? Oh, you bought my book? Okay. I hope you like it. I hope it's as good as I think it is, as I say it is.
Yeah, and it almost, I'm just reflecting on that now, and I'm like, oh man, it does not go away. I feel like it doesn't go away, no matter how. I think even how big or successful, perceived big or successful that we become. I feel like these challenges, especially when they're internal, just don't go away.
Well, and that goes hand in hand with the next challenge with a book, which is true in business too, is no one told me when I signed the contract or when I first started to write the book that writing the book is only about 30% of the work. 70% of it is marketing. And no one told me that up front. I was actually giving a talk 2 summers ago about writing a book and why business should consider it. And at that point, my book was basically done. We were just in the final editing, just hadn't come out to the world yet. And afterwards, someone came up to me and said, yeah, Phil, marketing is 70 to 80% of the work. You're just getting ready to get started. And I didn't know how right they were. It's hard. I don't know, you have marketing software, but you're doing events like the one that this is part of because you need help getting the word out. Because I imagine if you're like me, telling other people about yourself and your product is one of the hardest things to do. It's a whole lot easier if someone else does it for you. And that's definitely been true in my life. Like I need people who are willing to sell what I bring to the world, because I will always undersell it. I'll always say, oh, I'm not that big of a deal. I'll just do it for free. Don't worry about it. And I needed people around me reminding me of my value. And the book was and is hard, because I thought I'd talked about it to death. And then I find out most people in my network didn't even know I'd come out with it, or they'd seen the one post where I got feedback on what should the cover look like, which was, 9 months before, maybe 12 months before the book came out to the world. It's like, really? That's the only thing you saw? It's like, I talked about it every day for weeks and weeks. How could you not see it?
Oh my gosh, it is so true. I think it's not until you get into business, and to your point, the book almost being the metaphor for business, that you realize, like, without the marketing, without the actually having to get the word thing out there, it's like, it actually isn't really a business yet, right. This right. is actually the hardest part. And so I know that you're going through something even as we speak that is a little bit, in your words, like a little bit raw for you. I am super, super honored that for you to share a little bit of what it is that you're kind of going through.
Well, so, to your point, what is it that you offer when you write a book? Unless your name is John Grisham or something like that, you're not making your living as an author. Books are a tool to move towards something else. They're opening the door toward speaking, toward coaching, toward consulting, toward some service that you have, whatever the case might be. And so that's the position I've been finding myself in this year in particular is, okay, how am I going to build that business, and how do I put myself out there? So if you go to my website, you'll see it, philmershon.com, that I offer myself for coaching and consulting and group coaching, and you can buy the book and all those things. But what I was finding is I lacked the personal confidence to sell myself. And so, I'm a person of prayer, and I was also someone who just believes strongly in the power of community. And I found some people who were my cheerleaders coming alongside. You've met one of them who's going to, I think, be part of this, but there's some others who have been cheerleading me and saying, Phil, you got to try this. You got to try this. And you never short on ideas, right? But which ideas am I really going to follow through on? And for several months was doing things and felt like I was just spinning my wheels, treading water, putting offers out there, trying things, saying, oh yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Getting literally dozens of opinions about what I should do, when finally things aligned with someone where we just were the perfect match. And it wasn't even that I was seeking something out like this, but when I found a partner that had the complementary gifts to me and believed in me and could sell me and showed me what it looked like to do it, it changed everything. And it gives wind beneath my sails to do the things that I'm really good at and not have to worry quite as hard about the things that I'm not good at. And so I think the struggle was getting to that point of admitting I can't do this alone. And then knowing that I needed to be on the lookout to find someone, and then not being afraid to communicate the value of what you have to offer when you find the right people to serve. And in the process, you've experienced this, serving lots of people freely as you're on the lookout for the right people that you can serve. And so I think the struggle there was a couple fold. One was not being willing to put myself out there, and for the longest time thinking I had to do it alone, thinking, well, the only way an entrepreneur works is if you sell yourself. You have to just do it all yourself. And if you don't have the guts to do it, then maybe you just need to get out of the game, like all these lies that might come along your way, and say, you know what, that's not necessarily the only way to move forward. I've had it verified many times over. People love me. They love the outcome of my work. They love the book that I wrote. They love other things. I've seen it in lots of different contexts. I shouldn't have to think very long, although I do, but I shouldn't have to think long to remember the people who think positively and believe in what I have to offer. But what it took was finding someone who can then say, well, here's how that might help someone else. how to like create that, forge the relationship where there's value added. And what was wild is the first time we worked together, we got a yes for a contract that was 2 times as big as we expected. And I was blown away. Like someone said yes with so fast that we're like, we probably didn't ask for enough. You know, when they're like, oh yeah, let's do it. As soon as you gave a number that was like scaring you to say, and then they said so quickly, like, oh, I guess there's a lot more we could have asked for. But I think it was the discovery of that need for partnership. And I think we all as entrepreneurs need people who are cheerleaders for us. Some of us have more ability to run it for a long time alone than others do, but I think people who are in your court cheering you on, but then the difference between knowing who's a cheerleader and who really gets a seat at the table and telling you what you should do, especially when people are offering advice for free, which, you know, I've got plenty of free advisors, including in my family and other places, but people who are, you know, I have great respect for, but their opinions were not aligning with each other. And who do I listen to and who's right for me and what's the right path? Like that's a process of discerning that can lead to stymieing, of not doing anything, which is part of what was happening until I found the person who said, oh, Phil, you've got so much to offer and you and I together, we could go do this. And when you realize and see it happening, it's really pretty profound.
And so how long were you in, I'm just going to call it a bit of a tailspin with your business? Like how long was that going for?
That is a interesting question because I've had my business for 5 years and I would say, you know, there have been good things that have happened in those 5 years, but I would say it's only been in the last couple of months that clarity has started to come. So a lot of fits and starts and, you know, getting contract to do this here, getting hired to speak there. But in terms of like the consistent momentum, it's only happening in the more recent months. But I think that combination of urgency plus partnership and community have definitely caused a shift for me. And
wow,
but the story.
And just
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, just picking on that urgency thread. So, and thank you for sharing that with us. But that, like, I know for myself personally, when I start to feel that kind of almost external pressure, it almost has the opposite effect where some people get really motivated by it. But for me, you know, I feel like I'm playing tight now. It's like, you know, I can't attack anymore. I now have to defend because, you know, it's like, so how did it still for you, or did you find that really motivating in the right way?
It depends on what day and what time you ask me, to be really honest with you. I have to stay rooted in thoughts that are serving me. If I've got these affirmations that I do every day. Well, actually not every day. And that's part of the problem. But they're thoughts that address negative thoughts that can rise up within me. I'll just give you one example. Because I think it's one that a lot of people can relate to. I'm not enough is a phrase that I can hear in my brain, just thinking through those 6 years of the book writing, you know, coming up on 5 years of launching this business. I'm not enough. I don't have what it takes. Who's going to buy from me? You know, those are all kind of related thoughts. And then flipping that script and saying, I am more than enough. I am more than enough to do the things that I'm called to do, the things that I've been put on earth here to do. I am more than enough because I have all that it takes. And look at the things that I have done. And then taking a look at the skills that I do have, not the ones that I don't have, but reminding myself, you know, you are a writer, you are a speaker, you are a saxophonist, you are a leader. Remembering these things helps me in those moments of doubt, those moments of wondering, golly, I've got to make this work, but really I can't. You know, I've learned, you experienced last week, we did a mastermind with you. I've learned if I come and serve people freely without worrying about if they're going to become a customer or not, it serves them better and it serves me better. If I walk into that and I'm like forceful, oh, you've got to sign up. If you don't sign up, that's going to be weird for you. You're not going to want to be my friend. And you're probably not going to receive anything else that I have to share. So it's getting rooted in who I am, and then also being willing to serve people without concern for the outcome. I was not here. There's another place that I've got this proverb that says, plant your fields in the morning and work them in the afternoon, or something like that. I'm not saying it well, but it's two different kinds of work. Saying do both, because you never know which one's going to bring you a harvest. And it's not advocating workaholism. It's advocating having different kinds of work that you do, doing your work with excellence. You never know what work that you do is going to bring the best returns. So do your work with joy and serve others. And so I think all those things have helped me to kind of let go of it has to work. Obviously the advisors are helping me say, you know what, this kind of work does have a better chance, of earning you the kind of money that you need versus this kind of work. Like coaching maybe is better than creating a course, just as an example, because courses take a long time. And they're limited. Coaching, you can go a lot deeper with people, just as an example. So that's some of how I've fought it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, and so I know that you mentioned you really love to provide value. One of those places that people can go and find how you can do that and where is at philmachon.com. So to everyone, go and check out philmachon.com. There's a ton of resources on there, all free. So you've got a report, I think you mentioned.
There's an article on community building. If you look for the bonus, it's on there, and you can get that article. It's a chapter that I wish would have been included in the book. But you get it for free. You don't even have to buy the book. You just go get it.
I love that. Thank you so much, Phil. Thank you for sharing your story with us.
Absolutely. Can I add one more piece of value to the day?
My name's Tasha Smith. I'm the founder of Emerge Sales Training. What we do as our business is we teach sales skills to entrepreneurs who typically wouldn't have a lot of experience in sales. So professionals, network marketers, coaches, consultants, experts, where you have an amazing product or service that helps people have a better life, but you've been so busy perfecting that craft that maybe sales skills is not something that you have a lot of experience or training in. Okay, so we're talking about the hard stuff, but I want to start off with just a little bit of context. When I started my sales training company, my best friend had just gotten laid off. We were in our corporate jobs and I was driving a lot, and I was like, I could probably take all my friends and we would go out and be able to do something really awesome. And I was a sales manager, as were my friends. And so I thought, well, we only know how to do one thing, teach non-salespeople how to sell things. So I guess that's what we'll do. So I left my job and started, wanted to run my sales training company. I had been, at that point I was 35, so I had been in sales or sales leadership since I was 20 years old. So 15 years full-time sales or sales training or management. And so I was like, okay, let's go out and do this. And I mean, I did the whole thing in the beginning, like I didn't know anything. I was negative. I hired a coach, and that could be its own story, but I think that you want something juicier than that. So our first year we did 42,000 in sales, which I think is not bad for a coach. I think the average coach sells $55,000 a year. And then we blew up through word of mouth. So there's a lot of people out there that think sales is awful and that sales trainers are terrible. But if once we got our message out, and it's like sales could be authentic, compassionate, and incredibly effective, it takes hold. So we hit an industry where our word of mouth went absolutely insane. No, 80. It's been a long time. That was 2016. 82 the first year, and we grew to 1.4 million. Which I would not wish upon my worst enemy. And so I was so excited, like truly so excited, that everything seemed like green lights. But I got pretty sick. Part of it was I didn't know what what the magic was. I didn't have awareness around there. I was, I don't know, an above average sales manager, an above average sales rep, but mostly through learning, not really through initial, what you would consider like a natural. I like people. I could read papers. I worked hard. That's, I think, and I was genuine, or hopefully still am. And so that put together a really nice career that was very uncomplicated for me. And so we did really, really well, and we grew like crazy, but I didn't have conscious competence around what it was that made me good, because it happened so fast. And so I actually got really horrible imposter syndrome, where every single second I was waiting for someone to figure out that I was just kind of making stuff up as I go. And I don't know if anyone has studied imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome is literally born out of expert intuition, but I didn't know that at the time. And so people would ask me questions, and I would, from my perspective, just make it up. I just pulled it out of wherever. And then they used it, and then it worked. And then I was just kind of just waiting for someone to be like, going from, okay, Tasha's brilliant, she's the best sales trainer we've met, like all of these. Every time I got more and more recognition or accolades or word of mouth, it almost had the opposite effect on my mental health, because it was like I felt like I couldn't even fit in my own shoes.
Oh my gosh. This is like, it's like speaking to my heart after what you're saying, because I even as you're talking about it, I'm like, even in my mind, I'm like, I feel like people are going to find out that we're frauds or something. Like, and fraud is a very, like, I don't mean we're fraudulent, but in that sense of like that whole imposter syndrome, being like, I'm going to get found out. I'm going to get found out in some way. And I think we all feel this. Like, this is so real, what you're talking about.
Well, yeah. And because if you do have experience, you are making it up as you go. You are pulling something I learned when I was 18 with something that I just watched my kid do with you are pulling all of these pieces together in a way that can't be articulated. And that was really hard for me. And so what I did is I made a lot of moves in order to get out of the spotlight, although I don't realize what that was. And I think so much of the next part I'm going to tell you has to do with a combination of boundless optimism, right? I think entrepreneurs have to be optimistic, risky. For me, my vision, most people are familiar with Zig Ziglar, right? And right around maybe a year or two before I started my business, Zig Ziglar passed away. Nobody fact checked me on that, on the details. And I just remember that they really struggled. Every podcast that I had been listening to was like, well, Dad, here's another clip of Dad, here's another clip of Dad. They had nothing past Zig Ziglar. When Zig Ziglar passed away, it was over. And I remember thinking, I don't want my business to be that way, which is why it's not TashaSmith.com, it's Emerge Sales Training, because I wanted to build something that would last forever. I wanted to build something that would fundamentally change the word, what the word sales meant, right, in our culture. And so that was like a really, really big thing. And so then it was happening. It was happening at a rate that was like, I cannot even believe it. All green lights, go, 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 go. So I hired a lot of people. Think about that arc. It was 12 times. It just kept getting bigger and bigger every single month. And so I was like, well, one of the things that I think is really important is mentorship, where you can actually answer people's questions. And so we had made a commitment to make our groups not be over 50 people. And we were selling them at $300 at that time, and they were going like hotcakes. So we had to hire coaches. So I did what I initially thought I would do. I went back and I called my friends and I said, leave your corporate job. We're growing like crazy. Do you want to do this with me? And I mean, boom, 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 boom. So then we had a staff of 10 coaches and 5 support people. And that was awesome. And I was living my dream. Now, of course, I was living my dream with a rash all over my chest and neck and 40 milligrams of prednisone and all of that, right, from the imposter syndrome and trying to build this plane in midair. And what happened was our lead flow was organic. So it was word of mouth, business collaboration upon business collaboration upon business collaboration. So like what happens next is really has to do with the optimism, the imposter syndrome, and just also being in my second year of business and not understanding a few things. And so since all the lead flow was organic, we didn't have control over it. We had some control. I have strong recruiting or referral generating skills, but at that point, you're doing 100, do 150 a month. I'm not the only one talking to people. And again, the unconscious competence, not everyone had the referral generating skill that I learned selling knives when I was in college. So our organic lead flow shut down. We stopped being the hottest thing in that little niche that we had. And it wasn't that we had stopped getting people results. It was just like, we were the shiny object. And so when that niche was like, okay, this shiny object is kind of over, it clamped our lead flow. But we had a $100,000 payroll because we were poised to grow to 3 million, because it meant kind of like, if you consider all like the pieces, you're like, okay, you went from 80 to 1.4. It doesn't look like it's slowing down. And so I was like, well, I feel like we need to staff for 3 million. I don't think that is something that most people would be like, absolutely, that's the most insane thing I've ever heard. I wasn't like, I'm going to staff for 12 million. I wasn't right? So we staffed for all that, and the word of mouth shut down. And so then that next summer, my now business partner Karen, and she was in charge of basically like a director of sales, and she's like, we don't have the lead flow. And she called me on a Sunday night and was like, you're gonna have to lay off half the coaches tomorrow. And I was like, are you kidding? So we were like, I was trying to use my brand, I was trying to use everything I could in order to keep the numbers high enough. And at the end of the day, because we didn't have control over our lead flow, right? I couldn't press buttons and make it consistent. It was in the control of someone else. Those jobs were not stable. So the next year, like if you look at the arc of the company, I left my job in January 2016, we're 2024, we'll cross 5 million next month or the month after, right? If you just look at it, and you see me on camera, you're like, so successful. But there's this blip where we didn't control the lead flow, and so I ended up having to lay off half of our coaches, then lay off half of our ops team, then lay off the other half of the coaches, then lay off the other half of the ops team over the next year, because we relied too much on organic leads. And I think a lot of people, like right now, organic leads is all the rage. I know a lot of the work you do is in the organic lead space, and I get that. I also know that for us to be able to hire, we need predictable lead flow, not lead flow that was dependent on my ability to network, right? Because if I got busy, right, then that means there isn't a job for someone. And so we've been really intentional about making sure that as we grow again, that we get into a space where, yeah, we can have more predictable lead flow so that people have secure jobs, and so they're able to do well. So that's my story. I guess you can ask some questions. There's probably more to it that's interesting, but I guess I'm out of feelings right now.
Okay, well, I want to get back. I'm so intrigued about what your strategy is going forward. I feel like entrepreneurs listening to this will be like, I feel what you're feeling, Tasha, but tell me, how are you solving for this? So we're going to get to that. But sure. I want to go back to that place because, I mean, the numbers that you're talking about is no joke, right? It's like 1.4 million is not a joke. Having 10 coaches and I think you said 5 ops people, and it might have grown over time as well during that phase, is no joke because those are families. Those are like people that you're having to feed. And so, and the fact that you're at the same time battling, your own imposter syndrome, your own feeling of like, I'm going to get found out, in quotation marks, like what did that lead to? Can you talk us through almost like what you were actually feeling in those moments and like how you almost tried to, because I feel like it's a mental game first.
Oh, well, all of it. I mean, being a coach is its own thing. Like you're not only in charge of selling and the revenue and all the stuff, you also are the product. So that's a different kind of hell that not everyone experiences. I know you mentioned a lot of coaches and consultants on there. And so you're kind of, going back and forth on the whole thing. I think that imposter syndrome and savior complex are two sides of the same coin where you jump back and forth. It's like this hyper responsibility where you are on one side, like, I can save everyone. And what I mean by that is, and I'm definitely more matured and measured now, but kind of like, well, I can teach anyone how to sell. If I can teach 18-year-old kids how to sell $1,000 sets of knives, I can teach a grown-up expert how to sell their services. This is like, there was this piece of me that was like, my company is here to save the world, right? There's like, or to save people's businesses. So there's like this unhealthy savior complex that then flips because in your head, no one else understood that as the promise, right? But in my mind, the motivation came from, right, that conviction that what we were teaching was so important and so critical. So then the flip side of that was still around this hyper responsibility of, well, then it better be perfect. It better be good. It better be whatever. But I was like, part of my journey, I think, as far as the imposter syndrome shifted, was actually taking a step back and believing people. So I went through this during all of this, right? It was just a lot, right? So I hired great people. We set up an infrastructure to where I wasn't like, we had middle management, one person in charge of coaching, one person in charge of sales, one person in charge of ops. My business coach was killer and gave us 4 calls a week, one for me and one for each leader. So we had a lot of that good stuff going on. But for me, I had to believe people. So I had people that I really respected, super successful people. So we have like some $1 million business owners, and they're like, hey, do you do one-on-one coaching? I want to coach with you, because we were selling our programs. And I had to decide, right? My first instinct was, you're so brilliant and I am such a fraud, you're going to find out. And and this was like fall of 2017, before the layoff was August of 2018. And finally, I just looked at these really, really smart people who believed in me. And I was like, wait a second, if I believe that they are this smart, have this much savvy, maybe they're right and I'm wrong. And that was a weird kind of humility, because it was the humility to be like, I'm wrong, but not in the area I think I'm wrong. I'm wrong because I've assessed this situation improperly due to my imposter syndrome and just straight my lack of experience. Second year of business, I didn't know how to assess myself. All I knew is that my directors in my corporate sales job were always like, more, not good enough, as all corporate sales directors are, right? And so I think the biggest aha moment for me was first becoming aware of my abilities and talents. So I work with clients on, when I do one-on-one coaching, Strengths Finder stuff. And so in the process of developing those programs, I had to complete them for myself. And I was like, oh, this is what I do that is different than what maybe someone who was a higher performing sales manager than me in my corporate job, they don't teach like I do. They can't spot patterns like I do. Maybe they get people fired up better, but it was different. And so becoming aware of my own abilities and weaknesses, I think, was really important. But the other big thing was just when people were like, you're the real deal, I was like, I believe you. And I think that was really, really big. Honestly, most of it's a blur. The experience was relatively traumatizing, which means a lot of the memories are just like now starting to come back as we go and rebuild. I just remember being like, it's like the savior complex, imposter syndrome thing. I was like, I just ruined these people's lives. My business partner was like, he just laughed at me and said, you're not that powerful. And that was a defining moment for me, because that savior complex, that hyper responsibility, almost gave me the illusion that I'd control over people's outcomes in a way that I really, truly didn't. The fact is, at some point in everyone's career, there's going to be a layoff, a job that doesn't work out. And again, it comes back to this belief, and I was wrong on a lot of things. So I listened to other people and I was like, okay, I believe you. But then I also had to be like, these people that I hired, they're awesome. They took a chance, but they never stopped being awesome. And so because they continue to be awesome, they'll probably be fine. And sure enough, they were. I mean, maybe a blip, right? And they had to like refigure things out. And but for the most part, everyone was so, with the exception of one who was like, you are a bad person. I'm like, I don't know, maybe if you could sell something, that would have been nice. That would have been helpful. Right? But for the most part, everyone just got it. They had seen the revenue numbers. They knew what was happening. They knew they started a small business. They knew they took a risk. And every single person was like, we don't regret it, except for the one. And interestingly enough, almost we've called people back for like even smaller part-time support roles. And they're like, I was hoping you'd call back someday. And so I just think that's really a testament to how we handled a lot of things. So I don't know if that fully answers what I was feeling. I don't know. I mean, I'm a very like, no time for feelings, must produce. So truthfully, I just stuck it all in a compartment, got myself a nice rash, and just tried to survive. I think the hardest part was, I have a hoodie that says we sell hope. I believe that learning how to sell well is the most hopeful thing, right? Because you never have to worry about how you're going to feed your family, the confidence, right? All of that. No matter what happens with this business, I can go get my knives out of the garage and sell them and always be able to support my family, or everyone's looking for a good salesperson. So I have this thing that says we sell hope. And so here I was just laying off people and then needing to show up the next day on camera as like other people's beacon of hope. And that was brutal, to be the sales trainer that, like, for a minute, it was the sales trainer that couldn't sell enough. And it was brutal, except one of the clients who I ended up at her house because her sister does like reflexology and was like, you should come. And I was telling her about this and she's like, that's not what happened. And so you can't tell yourself that story. So again, the people that were wise, I just believed them instead of fighting them. Right? And like humbly taking their feedback on the situation because they were smart, experienced, they had a good head on their shoulders. Technically had, like, their businesses had more longevity than I did. And so I just was like, okay, I believe you.
And I want to go back to that moment because you just touched on it then when it was like, you're selling sales training and, you're probably sitting there going, well, again, I'm a fraud because I'm not selling enough or at the rate maybe that you thought that you would be for where you were in your business. And I think a lot of people actually struggle through that. Like, whether it might not be sales, but it might be, like lead gen or, like mental health, or like really anything. And sometimes they're the ones who's like, oh man, like I'm not even doing the thing or, or getting the results that I'm promising. Like, talk us through what was going through your mind even at those times. Like, I know that you got out of that, you decided to believe the people who were telling you, no, that's not the case. But for a long time, I'm sure that was weighing really heavily on you.
Well, it's a constant battle, right? Except I think there's a few things today, and this won't be in order. And I mean, I don't think I can remember really all that well, but it was a lead gen problem. It was not a conversion problem. We are conversion specialists, not lead gen specialists. Right? We are great at referral generation, business collaboration, right? Like that kind of stuff. But like, I can be okay right now publicly saying, we will help you convert the leads you have. Right? We're dangerous enough in lead gen. But I'm not going to show up and pretend that like that is my bread and butter, because the marketing people, their bread and butter is not conversion. Right? That's why we're so good at business collabs, because most marketing people are like, can we please collab with you? Because we need our clients to convert the leads they have, and they can't do a freaking sales conversation to save their life. And so I think some of it has to do with that. I don't really know exactly, except our social media strategy has been really good. So my coach taught me, leadership vulnerability is critical. And I remember when my coach first taught me about imposter syndrome, and she's like, the better you get, the more you have it. And I remember feeling a wave of relief over me that I wasn't crazy, that anytime I ran into a problem, it didn't disqualify me, it qualified me. And I remember reading the Zappos book, and, Tony Say, however you say his name, I know he's passed away since, but, every single business owner has a moment in which they're maxing their lines of credit, selling their house, right? All of those things. And so what was it about me that I was so arrogant to think I would not walk through all of that? And I remember there was this moment where I was like, I don't know, I had Pandora on, and it was like faith-based radio. And there's a song that was like, break my heart for what break yours. And it's kind of cheesy, but I was like, I had this moment where I was like, oh, I need to understand this. I can't help people walk through their challenges if I've had none. What kind of an a-hole would I have been if I would have stayed at that trajectory, right? If I would have stayed at that trajectory at this particular point, I would have a $50 million business and no failures. And I would have no compassion, right? No ability to go and do the rehabilitation coaching that is necessary. I wouldn't be able to actually meet people where they're at. I would be so far away from my original purpose, which would be to give people hope. And so what I came to the realization is every mistake that I've made, there's redemption on the other side of it, right? You say that you either win or learn. Most people don't learn, right? They just shove it under a rug, internalize it, get a rash, and keep moving. And what I've been really intentional about is, okay, what's actually happening? First, I need to learn from my business, and then I need to teach. So my clients, yes, they pay for the expertise and the conversion skills and the wording and the processes, but they also pay for every single one of my failures, because now they have access to be able to avoid them. And so now when I have a client, I have one who's probably, I don't know, she's at like 850, 900,000. But I'm like, we need to have predictable lead flow through ads in order to have the staff you want, because we can't just base everything on your personality and your organic. Because then you'll have to lay off your sister, and that's not going to be okay. Right? And so I'm on her, and she's like, it's all going to be fine. We're keep making sales. And I'm like, 3,000 leads per month, please. If we do not have 3,000 leads per month, here's all the math. Your business is not stable. And so I think it's the redemptive part of all of that that has been really encouraging and exciting, and people have really connected with.
I love how you frame that. That is so important. And it's so important, like I say, for all of us to hear, but really I'm like, for me to hear, because it's hard to go through these things. And, I've been an entrepreneur for well over 10 years, but every time I come across a setback, it still impacts me really, really deeply, even though I feel like I have way more confidence now to be able to get ourselves out of it or to problem solve, but it's still like emotionally and mentally, it still has a really, really huge impact. I'm sure that's the same for you. Like, even now you are, by all objective measures, super successful.
We have profit. We're good.
Yeah. But when you do face those moments when it is a setback, no matter how big or small, like, does it still impact you almost to the same extent, or do you think that you've really...
Well, I'm a moody salesperson, right? So every no sale makes us moody. Every sale is a high. But one of the things my coach taught me when I first started was the impact journal, is write down the names of 3 people you positively impacted that day. And so, I keep thinking about this concept of I am here to provide value, not prove value. And proving value is about ego, and providing value is about listening and serving in the best way possible. And so I think there's, just like a routine in the morning. Like I have a journaling routine in the morning to get myself centered and grounded and making sure, okay, how can I provide value today to these particular people? I use the 5-minute journal app. So at the end of every day, here are the 3 humans I positively impacted. And I know that as long as I'm impacting people every single day, the revenue might go up and down, but it's going to make a difference. And then we just have really strong reflection processes that we built over time to make sure that we don't end up too far off the, just like in a different world and not looking at everything. We have a strong dashboard, a monthly review process, a quarterly review process. It's too important for me and my business partner. It's our family's livelihood, and so we don't do silly things like, I don't want to look at the numbers, I'm afraid of them, So we have a strong reflection process, and that helps us every single day. But yeah, the ups and downs, it's like,
oh my gosh, I feel like I just went through a roller coaster.
Yeah, me too. This is the first public appearance of that story for sure.
Oh wow! Well, I'm honored. Thank you for sharing that with us at this event.
You're welcome.
It's been amazing to, and I know that it's going to help so many people as well, because all of us, every single entrepreneur is probably right now in some kind of setback. Might be a small one, but I can guarantee that we all have problems that we need to solve.
Sure.
And so you sharing your story was just incredibly helpful to help us think through it and know that this is our uprising moment. This is us going, you know what, we can handle anything, and we're going to get on the other side of this.
Yeah.
So thank you. I want you to share about the sales confidence training, because you sell with a lot of confidence. You talk with a lot of confidence. And I know firsthand that, like, for me, sales is something that I do not feel confident about.
Sure.
But you have something that you can share with people to help them with this.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have just a bad idea of what sales is. They think it's being pushy. We believe that sales is matchmaking a problem with a solution, and that it really is about providing value. We reject all negative stereotypes of sales off the get-go, and we stop asking questions like, am I bothering people? Am I being pushy? Those are just the wrong questions. The real question is, am I providing value with this conversation? Does my sales process have trust, compassion, stability, and hope? And we are the words people. So we're like, most times there's like this mindset piece, but the words don't match the mindset, and it comes out like literally gobbledygook. I'm like, no, we need to say, usually what I do is set up a time to go over this, that, the other thing. You don't have to get it. My part will take 30 minutes. You don't have to get anything. If you see something you like, I'll help you order it. Is that something you'd be open to? Most people don't have the training to be able to put those pieces together. And so you get really positive responses. You get less rejection. Everyone is on the same page. And a lot of it is just like, I have yet in 8 years to meet another sales trainer. An honest to God wording person who can build a sales conversation that will like convert at a beginner skill level. And that's the thing, is most entrepreneurs are at the beginner skill level, and the training out there is strategic and high level, and they're like, go talk to people, go have a sales conversation. And you're like, okay, but do you know the detail of how to set up a price context? Probably not. But do you know the science of how many options you should be showing so that you don't run into one option aversion, right? Like, do you know? Of course you're not confident because you had like 5 minutes of training. When I learned how to sell knives, they put us through 15 hours of sales training. And I would be hard pressed, and this was for selling knives, I would be hard pressed to meet an entrepreneur that has gone through 15 hours of sales training, and you're trying to figure out, why can't I sell? Well, duh. Sorry, now I'm getting ranty. I'm like, of course you're not confident. Like, I have kids. I'm like, oh, I'm not confident about shooting free throws. What do? You go and practice your free throws. Entrepreneur, you're not confident in sales. You're like, oh, I'm going to teach you this technique so that you can sell without selling. Right? That would be like telling my daughter, who plays basketball, who's unconfident about her free throws, to say, okay, well, we'll just teach you how to never shoot free throws. That's insane. We would never, ever do that. So my encouragement is to lean in. We started our enterprise in the network marketing field, which is the ultimate beginner. And over the past month, we're now expanding past my one-on-one services into service-based businesses. So coaches, consultants, and all that, experts, advisors, anyone that would need to come up with a good offer and is delivering services. So now, yeah, we're going to have all those resources for people, how to do a great sales conversation, how to address concerns proactively so you're not fighting with people, how to set up appointments properly, increase show rate, what goals should you have. I haven't found anything yet.
That's awesome. And can you just remind, I don't think to the level that you're talking about. So, I mean, I know people who do sales coaching and things like that, but you know, everything's in the nuance and the detail, right? So what you're talking about sounds like something that everyone on here needs. So just remind us again where to get that. That's emergesalestraining.com/
SC group, stands for Sales Confidence Group. So that's a new Facebook group that we just built about a month ago. And we're running workshops in there and coaching programs and putting together online courses specifically. So far, it's been really, really great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tasha. This was a joy to speak with you. And I think everyone on here has learnt so much from you.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, I can tell you firsthand that what Tasha had to share and how real she got, her story so resonated with me, because we all aspire for that, right? Like, we all aspire to to scale that quickly. Like, doesn't it sound like a great problem to have to scale that quickly, and for revenues to grow like that? But we never see the other side. until Tasha shared it with us. The pain that comes when that happens and how that can actually have the opposite effect of setting you back months, if not years. And who else let me know in the comments, who else has either written a book or is trying to write a book and you face similar challenges to Phil did, which is like all of those imposter syndromes and like just the thoughts that come into our minds and hold us back from doing what we know we have to be able to serve our audience, right? Have you ever felt that? And let me know in the comments, again, what has been your biggest takeaways from even the last 2 speakers that you've heard from? Please let us know what you've been learning so far, because I really, really want to share your takeaways with them. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe that we are almost at the end of this full day event. I can tell you it has been an absolute privilege to be able to serve you in this way. And I genuinely hope that you got as much out of this as I did, honestly. Now, before we end, I wanted to share our final Capshovian spotlight, Una Doyle, who is going to talk about her journey using her organic content to get leads rather than just relying on word of mouth. Here is Una's story.
Hey Capshovians, Una Doyle here, and I just want to share a little bit about my story and Uprising. So going back probably about over a year ago, I actually took a real step back from content marketing, social media. The majority of my clients come through referrals, come through me speaking, come through me networking, and I was going through a period where I was rejigging what my business is and kind of moving to a different kind of client and doing a lot more team stuff. And I just wanted to test things out and see how things worked, and also just kind of get a better sense of who I wanted to be communicating with and what those messages were. So through a lot of delivery and getting feedback from clients, I was able to get a better sense of that. And so earlier this year, I started putting together plans to actually get out there a bit more, because even though I get my clients very much through personal relationships, I know that having great content marketing, number one, can help you get found. And actually, that's something I've never really focused on, but now I really want to focus on that. And the second thing is about just creating that fertile soil for me to plant seeds with my pieces of content, that the people who know me can be reminded of me, can see the shifts in how my business has evolved over the years. I've been coaching over 20 years now, so I've been through a few of these evolutions. And I'm just really to be front of mind for them to refer me to their contacts, or perhaps even put their hand up and go, actually, you know, come and talk to us. The challenge that I had is that it's a lot of work doing content. And I wanted to, it just was actually quite overwhelming in a way. And it's one of those things that even though I can help my clients to be strategic and to be focused, sometimes you just need that outside perspective and guidance and structure. And I found that Capsho Club, kind of Capsho NextGen and Capsho Club is providing that for me. And so I'm now in the position where I now have got a strategy. I've got a great tool that is learning my tone of voice and is producing some really great things. And it's very much about bringing that humanization into it, where I can speed up the process. And because I'm wanting to be YouTube first, website first, and repurpose things for social media, this is allowing me to do that. And the fact that there's particular like YouTube strategies and other social media strategies baked in to Capsho NextGen is also really, really helpful. So I've got clarity now on what I'm doing on a weekly basis, what I'm doing on a monthly basis, and I'm very early in this journey. I'm just putting this in place right now, and it feels a lot more doable. It feels a lot less overwhelming, and I'm just building in layer by layer. So as I'm familiar with doing one thing and working out the timings of it, then I can build in the next layer, and then I can build in the next layer. And so what I am going to end up with is, you know, a rocking YouTube channel that helps me to get clients, and having that content in the right kind of way on my website to help me get found in search, and repurposing those things to have the social media content to help me stay engaged and connected with my community that I don't necessarily always meet at face-to-face events. When people go and check me out, they're going to be seeing me. They're going to get the sense of me in the content that is there, even though I've been able to use this tool, and they're going to get the right kind of messages where it's a good fit for those people to engage with me and basically be able to have more clients, which at the end of the day is what we want. We want to be able to help more people, right?
I still have to pinch myself a little bit because I can't believe that I get to help serve and work with people and be surrounded by people like Una and Wesley and Willa and Gloria and Brent and Rashawn and Emily and all the other amazing Capshovians that are part of our community. I literally feel like I need to pinch myself every day. It's just such a privilege. So if you want to give Capsho NextGen a try, today is actually the first day that people can sign up for a free trial. Head over to beta.capsho.com and do that, because when you do, this is something that you can look forward to. When we sat down to reimagine Capsho into Capsho NextGen, we knew we wanted it to be incredibly strategic. Right? We wanted people to use it with intention, the intention to get leads and clients. We found and partnered with absolute experts whose whole aim is to help people to get clients from their content. And we worked with them and built their strategies and teachings into NextGen. Oh, are you ready? That's right. Are you ready? Because if you are, then you want to sign up today and use the code UPRISE24 to get 40% off for the rest of 2024, for the rest of this year. So don't forget, and you can even just try it out for free with the 14-day free trial anyway. Just put the code in UPRISE24 into the checkout when you sign up, and that will apply ongoing for the rest of the year. Right. Okay. So, by the way, did anyone pick up on the words that flashed when Phil and Tasha were talking? Again, put them in the comments. And help out anyone else who wants to play, watch, and win. And don't forget to get that phrase in, because just by getting it in, you will automatically win a prize and be in the draw to win an annual subscription to Capsho NextGen. So do that now. I know that Doc has been helping everyone out throughout the day by putting in all the other words. So don't forget, we've collected 7 words, and you just have to rearrange them to answer the question, what game is starting now? So if you are playing along, scan this QR code. It will give you the full instructions of how to submit the phrase, and remember, every submission wins, so get them in right now. Okay. Whew, what a day. Oh, here we go. Doc is helping everyone out. He's put my in, and we'll see if he's got the last word that will cap that phrase off. OMG, what a day. What a day. How's everyone feeling? Let me know in the comments how you're feeling. I feel like it's like an emotional hangover, or like I feel very hungover right now. But let me know in the comments what your biggest, if you were to choose one, what your biggest takeaway was from today. Yes, Doc now. Okay, so he has it all. He's on top of it. So you can just go back through the comments, find Docs, and just like write down the words that he's put into the comments. So yeah, definitely let me know your biggest takeaway. But also, who is feeling inspired and empowered to create your own uprising story right now? Right now, starting from today, right? Put a hashtag me in the comments, and I want to see those me's coming in because sorry about that, Doc. Yes, I hope you thought that this was an event well worth getting up early for, and also taking an afternoon nap for too. But definitely put a hashtag me in the comments. This is a reminder for each and every one of us that no matter the challenge, no matter what is thrown our way, we will get through it. Right? We will get through it. We, like each and every one of us, will rise from the ashes and turn our setbacks into comebacks. Thank you so much for joining us. It means the world to me and to each of the speakers who shared their stories today. We will be following up. Oh, love the me's coming in. We will be emailing everyone with a bit of a recap, very, very short, fun video to sort of wrap up today. But in the meantime, I want to wish each and every one of you success beyond your wildest dreams, beyond your wildest imaginations. Thank you so much for joining us.